Chapter 866. All parties are shaken. Damn it, who is this Tianyun? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? Damn it! The rising sun shouted. Becoming a Zongzi candidate had been Sunrise's dream. He had been working hard for it, but now, it had been taken over by a stranger. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. At this moment, the entire Talisman Amulet sect was in a state of confusion. Who was Tianyun? Where did he come from? What qualifications did he have to ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate? The eyes of the chosen gleamed with a sharp light. This was especially true for the top 300 god-grade talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. People of their level were all competing for the Zongzi position. How could they be convinced that a young man from the Mo Shang sect would be the one to take it? I'd like to see how capable this Tianyun is to become a Zongzi candidate. Go, find out more about this person called Tianyun. Everyone in the Yin and Yang mountain was shocked by the name Tianyun. In the Cloud Peak house, Bai Qixue looked at the voice transmission jade talisman in her hand in a daze. Then, she glared at Lu Ming for a long time before she said, "You still said that you're not Master's illegitimate son. Now, you're a Zongzi candidate." Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. What was this? It can't be that everyone has been notified, right? Lu Ming asked. Almost all the Talisman sect disciples in Mount Liangyi have received the news. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Was there a need to make such a big scene? Lu Ming knew that there would be a lot of trouble. These guys are just looking for trouble. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He understood that Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had done this on purpose. It was equivalent to giving him an indirect challenge. He was a stranger who had suddenly appeared and was appointed as a Zongzi candidate. How could those geniuses accept this? They would definitely find trouble with him. This was the test. Forget it, I'll deal with it as it comes. At most, I'll just go into seclusion and not come out. Lu Ming had a headache. He wasn't afraid of those people, but he was afraid of trouble. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Are you really Master's illegitimate child? Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and kept asking. She was very curious. Lu Ming was speechless. Can you stop making wild guesses? I didn't cultivate in the Talisman Amulet sect in the past. Not cultivating in the Talisman Amulet sect. Then where do you cultivate? The territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Bai Qixue asked curiously. Almost. Lu Ming said casually. Really? You're really cultivating in the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Do you know Lu Ming? Bai Qixue became excited and asked a few questions. I don't know him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly denied it. You don't know Lu Ming? Humph, you're really ignorant. You don't even know Lu Ming. In the Battle of 9 Dragons, Lu Ming pulled out the divine 9-dragon cauldron and fought against 3 Supreme Masters. It is said that one of the Supreme Masters was almost killed by him. Even Martial Emperor De took action. How can you not know such a person? He's my idol now. Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming in disdain and then looked at the sky with a starry-eyed expression. This. Lu Ming was a little confused. A hero like Lu Ming is the true unparalleled prodigy in my heart. He's comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Sunrise and the others are far behind him. Tianyun, you're not bad, but you're still far behind Lu Ming. Keep working hard. Bai Qixue patted Lu Ming's shoulder, giving him a look that said, you have to work hard. This. I'll try harder, try harder. Lu Ming's face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, an elder of the Talisman Amulet sect arrived and Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. This old man was here to give Lu Ming the token that represented the Zongzi candidate. With this token, Lu Ming could enter most of the places in the Talisman Amulet sect at will, except for some important forbidden areas. For the next 2 days, Mount Liangyi was bustling with activity. Everyone was talking about the same name Tinyan. However, none of the paragons were looking for trouble with Lu Ming. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move and test the waters. 2 days later, Lu Ming left Yun Peak House and headed to the treasure pavilion. The 7 days were up. He went to collect the demonic beast blood essence. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. Lu Ming was recognized the moment he arrived at the treasure pavilion. He's Tianyun. He's so young. What kind of abilities does he have to be appointed as a Zongzi candidate? You don't know. However, there was probably something outstanding about it. Otherwise, why would the elders agree to this? I imagine that he might be a disciple secretly trained by one of the doyens. He's only appearing now that the war of karmic luck is upon us. It's possible. The surroundings were abuzz with discussion. Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. Some of them were kind, but most of them were jealous. Lu Ming ignored their gazes and went to the counter that he had visited previously. Young master, you're Tianyun. The young lady at the counter widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a curious look. If there's no one else, then it's me. Beauty, have you gathered all the demonic beast blood essence? Lu Ming said. It's all here, take a look. He said. The young woman handed Lu Ming a storage ring. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his mind to confirm that it was correct. After that, Lu Ming paid the 2,500 raw gemstones, kept the demonic beast blood essence, and walked out. Tianyun, stop. A cold voice was heard and 2 figures blocked Lu Ming's path. Xu Shan. Lu Ming could see at a glance that one of them was Su Shan. The other person looked similar to Su Shan, and his eyes were sharp. It's the rising sun. It looks like the rising sun can't hold back and is going to make the first move. That's for sure. All the heavens' favorites are watching. Someone has to make the first move. Shushan was beaten up by Tianyun a few days ago, and the rising sun has been pursuing by Qishue. It's reasonable for them to make the first move. I can finally see how extraordinary this Tianyun is. The treasure pavilion was abuzz with discussion. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Lu Ming. So this is the rising sun. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tianyun, you've finally dared to appear. Let's see where you can run off to today. Su Shan said coldly, glaring at Lu Ming fiercely. Back then, he was slapped twice by Lu Ming in public and now he was reduced to a joke. He hated Lu Ming to the core. What's wrong? Is your face going to swell again? Lu Ming cast a glance at Su Shan. Su Shan's expression changed and he retreated slightly. Humph, Tianyun, I'd like to see what you're capable of to beat up my brother. Live in the Cloud Peak residence and become a Zongzi candidate. And NBSP, Rising Sun stepped forward, a blue light flashing between his brows, and a massive amount of spiritual energy spreading out. You want your face to swell too? Lu Ming looked at the rising sun. Sunrise's expression turned ugly, and an even more violent spiritual power spread out from between his brows, stirring up a spiritual storm in the hall. No fighting in the treasure pavilion. At this moment, a voice came from one of the rooms, followed by a powerful mental energy. Everyone felt a mountain-like pressure on them. Devouring the blood essence again. In the treasure pavilion, an expert came out to warn him. Sunrise's expression changed and he quickly retracted his mind power. Tianyun, if you have the ability, then go to the battle inscription platform and have a fair battle with me in the art of inscription. The rising sun stared at Lu Ming. The battle inscription platform was the place where the talisman sect disciples competed in the battle inscription Dao. I'm not interested. Lu Ming left with these words and strode away. During this period of time, the Nine Dragons' bloodline had been somewhat dispirited. Lu Ming was worried that there would be any after-effects and had long wanted to try devouring the blood essence. Now that he had obtained the demonic beast blood essence with great difficulty, he could not wait to go back and try it out. He was not in the mood to go to the battle inscription platform to compete. If it was something he could easily settle here, he wouldn't mind. Lu Ming left the treasure pavilion and flew straight to Yun Feng's residence. Humph, he's just a coward. What right does he have to become a Zongzi candidate? Sunrise snorted coldly as he watched Lu Ming leave. Who knows what methods Tianyun used to become a Zongzi candidate? He's clearly afraid of you, big brother, and doesn't dare to fight you. He'll give himself away if he does. Shushan sneered. In the hall of the treasure pavilion, the others shook their heads as well. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to compete with the rising sun. This rumor had also spread throughout the entire Mount Liangyi. After Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence, he went straight to his room and sat cross-legged. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. There were 9 drops of pearl-like demonic beast blood essence. It was the blood essence of a class 6 level 6 demonic beast. With a thought, the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. 9 Esilavira chakra appeared around the 9 dragon bloodline. However, the light was dim, and the 9 dragon bloodline seemed to be a little dispirited. Lu Ming controlled his 9 dragon bloodline, opened his mouth, and swallowed the 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence. He then began to refine them. Slowly, the power of the demonic beast's blood essence was absorbed by the 9 dragon bloodlines. The 9 Esilavira chakra slowly became brighter. 2 hours later, the first portion of blood essence was refined. Lu Ming took out another portion of 6th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence and continued refining. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lu Ming had refined more than 10 portions of the demonic beast's blood essence. Finally, the 9 dragons' bloodline regained its vitality. The 9 Esilavira chakra glowed brightly and the speed of refining the blood essence had increased by a notch. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 4 days, Lu Ming had refined all 50 portions of 6th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence. However, his 9 dragon bloodline had not advanced to the divine level. What's going on? I haven't been able to level up even after devouring 50 portions of 6th grade demonic beast blood essence, and I've already reached the divine level before. Now, the amount of blood essence I've devoured has already exceeded the last time, so why haven't I advanced? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was a little worried. Would the self-destruction of the chakra stop him from upgrading his 9 dragon bloodline? That would be a huge loss. Impossible, it must be because I haven't devoured enough blood essence. Continue devouring. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took out a portion of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence, continuing to devour and refine it. The blood essence of a class 7 level 6 demonic beast was 4 to 5 times thicker than that of a class 6 level 6 demonic beast. Lu Ming continued to devour the blood essence. Lu Ming was so focused on refining the blood essence that he was unaware of the outside world. In the past few days, Jianyun's name had been spreading like wildfire in Liangyi Mountain. On the second day of Lu Ming's closed-door cultivation, other top 300 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents challenged Lu Ming, but he did not accept the challenge. Then, the rumors about Lu Ming not daring to accept the challenge and his low ability became more and more intense. Later on, there were even geniuses who came to Yun Peak House and wanted to challenge Lu Ming. However, Bai Qixue used the excuse that Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation and activated the formation of Yun Peak House, turning him away. In this way, the voices of cowardice and incompetence about Lu Ming avoiding the battle became stronger. Some people even suggested to the elders to abolish Lu Ming's Zongzi position and make him move out of Yun Peak House. However, they were rejected immediately. This made many geniuses grit their teeth. They were waiting for Lu Ming to appear and defeat him in public. That way, they would see if he still had the face to continue being a Zongzi candidate. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 7 days. Lu Ming refined 10 more portions of 7th grade 6th level blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming finally felt that his 9-dragon bloodline was about to level up. This time, the amount of blood essence consumed is several times more than the last time. Is this the side effect? But as long as I can advance, it's worth it. No matter how much blood essence I consume, it's worth it. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. However, it will cause a huge commotion if I want to level up to a divine bloodline. I must find a secret place and ask Bai Qixue if there are any secret places. At the thought of this, Lu Ming went out of the room and saw Bai Qixue in a daze, frowning. "Qixue, why are you in a daze?" Lu Ming walked around and smiled. "It's all because of you. During this period of time, everyone came to challenge you, but you hid a way to cultivate. I got rid of all of them." Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming and pouted. "Challenge me? I knew it." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He already knew that many people would challenge him. It would be strange if he didn't. "What are your plans? Are we going to go out and fight them?" Bai Qixue said. "I'm not free right now. I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a while. When I come out, I'll pack up." Lu Ming said with a smile. "Clean them up together. You're very confident. There are Heaven's Pride experts who are close to the top 100 in this list. Although the Talisman sect is not as powerful as the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, there are still more than 30 people who are ranked between the 100th and 300th on the list of top 1,000 talents. These are all your enemies, can you handle them?" Bai Qixue obviously did not believe him. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled. "Is there a quiet place here where no one will disturb you? A place where you can cultivate in seclusion without causing a big impact?" "Yes, the Wind Marshal Cave. It's not very useful for the cultivation of the Tao of Inscription, so few people go there. Moreover, it's full of caves. You can just pick one and no one will know no matter how big a commotion you cause." Bai Qixue said. "Alright, the Wind Marshal Cave it is. I'll go and cultivate in seclusion for a while," Jiang Chen said. With that, Lu Ming left the Cloud Peak residence. Following the map, he turned into a rainbow and headed towards the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was hundreds of thousands of miles away. With Lu Ming's speed, he arrived very quickly. The Wind Marshal Cave was filled with strange rocks. There were huge stone mountains over 10,000 meters high everywhere. There were huge caves on the mountains, and strong wind blew out from them. Lu Ming rushed in, randomly chose a cave, and flew in. Although Lu Ming was fast, the fact that he had entered the Wind Marshal Cave was still discovered by others. Immediately, the news spread throughout the Liangyi Mountain. "We've finally left Yun Peak House." Many Heaven's favorites' eyes lit up when they heard the news. They started to move and headed towards the Wind Marshal Cave. 9 Dragon Form. However, after these people arrived at the Wind Marshal Cave, they all stopped outside the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was extremely vast and had thousands of caves. No one knew which cave Lu Ming had entered. They could only wait outside. After Lu Ming entered a cave, he kept going deeper. Such dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As Lu Ming ran forward, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the cave, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich. However, the Talisman Amulet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of Inscription, so the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was not very useful. Therefore, very few people came to the Wind Marshal Cave. After Lu Ming had traveled tens of thousands of meters, he came to an underground cave. Then, he waved his hands and runes were inserted into the surroundings, setting up a large array. The main purpose of this formation was to isolate sound, in case the breakthrough would cause too much of a commotion. After inscribing the formation, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Let's upgrade the bloodline of the 9 dragons in one fell swoop. Lu Ming waved his hand. This time, he took out 10 portions of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence. The 9 dragon bloodlines opened their mouths and roared, devouring the 10 portions of blood essence and refining them. The rich power of the blood essence gushed into the 9 dragon bloodlines continuously. A day later, the bloodline of the 9 young roared into the sky. The dragon roars were continuous, and the surroundings were covered in light, isolating the sound in the cave. Roar. Dragon roars were heard as the body of the 9 dragon bloodline continued to grow. Originally, the 9 dragon bloodline had turned back into the appearance of a flood dragon with only 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. But now, the 5th dragon claw had extended. He transformed into a true dragon. But it wasn't over yet. After the 5th dragon claw extended, the 6th dragon claw followed. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. The advancement this time seemed to be different from the previous time. After the 6th dragon claw extended, the dragon roar became even louder, and the aura of the 9 dragon bloodline became even stronger. Roar. With a loud roar, the 7th dragon claw reached out again, then the 8th, and the 9th. A total of 9 dragon claws. 9 dragons. Lu Ming's bloodline had completely transformed into the legendary 9 dragons. The 9-clawed true dragon was called the 9 dragons. It was a mutated existence among the true dragons. It was extremely powerful, far more powerful than ordinary true dragons. It was a unique existence in the world and also one of the top 10 war beasts mentioned by Dandan. After the 9 dragon bloodline exploded its chakra, it advanced once again and directly evolved into the form of 9 dragons. This was the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons. After a moment of shock, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The 9 dragons roared and the 9 Asilavira chakras merged into one, turning into a golden chakra. The powerful dragon power spread out and shocked the world. However, the Yin and Yang mountain was protected by a powerful formation. The auras of the 9 dragons were completely isolated. No one outside the mountain could feel them. The devouring power is several times stronger than when I was in my true dragon form. Lu Ming sensed it and was overjoyed. He realized that the devouring power of the 9 dragons was several times stronger than the true dragon form. This time, it was really a blessing in disguise. After the 9 dragon bloodline exploded its meridian cycle and advanced again, it actually awakened the perfect form of 9 dragons. Collect. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragon bloodline. He realized that there was also a dragon energy condensed at his spine. I wonder what's the difference between this dragon power and the previous dragon power. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then, he had an idea and his dragon power burst out. A layer of purple gold scale armor emerged on Lu Ming's skin like a suit of armor. It looked extremely demonic. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. He felt that his body was filled with energy. Boom! With a punch, the space quickly condensed into a ball and turned into a terrifying energy, blasting forward. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He activated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared in front of the ball of energy in an instant. He threw a punch and blocked it. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to take 8 steps back. So strong. He's too strong. Lu Ming was a little shocked. He couldn't experiment to his heart's content here. Otherwise, the entire mountain would explode. However, Lu Ming could still feel the immense power. This dragon energy was definitely stronger than his previous dragon energy. It was at least a few times stronger. When the dragon energy burst out, Lu Ming's attack and defense would be greatly improved. The dragon power in the past was the power of a real dragon, but the current dragon power could be said to be the power of 9 dragons. It was normal for it to be stronger. Martial Emperor DE, I bet you didn't expect that my self-destruction of my meridian cycles would help me in the end. It allowed me to exert the power of the 9 dragon bloodline to the extreme. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and there was a smile on his lips. However, I'll probably need even more blood essence to transform into the 9 dragons. I still have 30 portions of Tier 7 6th level blood essence left. I'll upgrade the prison suppressing steel bloodline first. After I upgrade the prison suppressing steel bloodline to the 3rd level of the divine level, I'll then upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline. At the thought of this, Lu Ming continued to take out the blood essence and began to devour it. With the advancement of the 9 dragon bloodline, the devouring and refining power had reached a terrifying level, and the speed of refining demonic beast blood essence had become even faster. In just a few hours, 30 portions of blood essence of class 7 level 6 had been refined. Buzz! The bloodline of the prison suppressing steel shook and shone brightly. 2 golden chakras glittered. Suddenly, a golden chakra emerged above the 2 golden chakra. 3 golden chakra, divine level rank 3 bloodline. When the prison suppressing steel's bloodline advanced to the 3rd level of the divine level, the power of the prison suppressing heavenly technique would also increase, and it would reach the highest level of an upper-grade demigod martial technique. If I use my full power now and combine it with my dragon power, how powerful will my attack be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. The prison suppressing steel's bloodline was suspended in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the ground and his entire person became one with the earth. What is this feeling? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He quickly closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Just now, when the prison suppressing steel's bloodline was advancing, he was connected to the earth and suddenly felt something. This was a kind of inspiration. Some people also called it a kind of enlightenment. It required a chance coincidence to capture this feeling and enter a wonderful state. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Lu Ming closed his eyes and seemed to sink into the depths of the earth, becoming one with it. He was the earth, and the earth was him. The earth was thick, vast, ancient, and eternal. The earth was silent and unending. It contained all living things, moved, suppressed everything, and buried the heaven and earth. It was an extremely powerful intent realm of the heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in the comprehension of the earth essence realm. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming was immersed in his comprehension. It had already been 5 days. His comprehension of the earth concept had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to level 2 upper tier, but he was also approaching level 2 completion. 5 days' time was equivalent to several months of hard work. At this moment, the area outside the Wind Marshal Cave was already packed with people. Many paragons had rushed here to wait for Lu Ming to come out. There were even more people who came to watch the show. Humph. I'll wait here and see how long Lu Ming can hide. Sunrise said coldly. Great improvement in cultivation. Look, even Ji Mai, ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is here. There's also senior brother Yen Tong Tong who's ranked 115th. Senior sister Meng Jia who's 118. Someone cried out in surprise, because they saw 3 extraordinary heavens favorites. These 3 people could be said to be the talisman sex conquerors who were closest to the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were also the most qualified candidates for the Zongzi position. They were extremely powerful. The 3 of them were expressionless and their eyes were closed. They were sitting on a huge rock and waiting quietly. Bai Qixue had also heard the news and rushed over. She looked anxious. Although she knew that Lu Ming was very powerful and could refine 9th grade 6th level inscription scrolls, which of the top 300 divine level talents on the list of top 1000 talents could not refine 9th grade 6th level inscription scrolls? This was especially true for the paragons of the puppet sect. They could control powerful puppets and had extremely strong combat strength. She did not think that Lu Ming could compete with such a genius. Tianyun, stay in the Wind Marshal Cave for a while longer. Don't come out. Bai Qixue prayed in her heart. In the Wind Marshal Cave, after 5 days of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's really an opportunity that can't be sought. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, Lu Ming had no intention of going out. With the breakthrough of the Earth Essence Realm, Lu Ming's 4 essence realms of heaven and earth had all reached level 2 upper tier and above. His cultivation could continue to improve. Lu Ming planned to improve his cultivation before leaving. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand. A pile of raw gemstones appeared on the ground, and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The devouring power burst out, and at least 200 raw gemstones exploded. The surging original chi was devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline. Origin chi was the chi of the origin of heaven and earth. It was many times stronger than spirit chi. His spirit ocean churned as his true essence continued to rise. Not long after, 200 raw gemstones were refined and another 200 were devoured. Boom! 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 True essence rumbled like a tsunami, and the rumbling only stopped after half a day. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming broke through to the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go. The area of his spirit ocean had doubled again. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to refine the origin stone. After another half a day, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak 7th level spiritual ocean realm before he stopped cultivating. In total, he had consumed 3,000 raw gemstones. Fortunately, I have the wealth left behind by Senior Jiuyang. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. Lu Ming smiled. It was time to leave. It had been 8 days since he came to the Wind Marshal Cave for closed-door cultivation. In the past 8 days, his strength had increased to a terrifying level. With a faint smile, Lu Ming walked out. When he exited the Wind Marshal Cave, he was stunned. Outside, there was a dense crowd of people surrounding the Wind Marshal Cave. Whoa, aren't these people a little too enthusiastic? Did they all wait for me here? Lu Ming could guess what was going on. He was speechless. Tianyun has come out. As soon as Lu Ming came out, someone shouted. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. He's so young and ordinary. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He's not ordinary. Don't you think he's very handsome? Pooh, love-struck fool, get lost. Instantly, a series of discussions broke out. Many young women's eyes lit up. They felt that Lu Ming was very handsome, which made many young men unhappy. Buzz. A figure strode out and stood in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were dark as he said, Tianyun, you've finally come out. I thought you were going to hide like a turtle in its shell. Let's see where you're going to run off to today. The one who spoke was Rising Sun, and he was the first to step forward. Lu Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, it seems that I didn't beat you up last time. You're really itching for a beating. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish today. Lu Ming strode forward. Today, there were so many people gathered here. He would kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, so that he wouldn't be annoyed to death by these people. You're looking for death. Sunrise's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 huge puppets appeared in front of him. 3 of them were equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 4 were equivalent to the peak of the 8th level. When the 7 puppets attacked together, they were comparable to an expert at the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Sunrise was ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents and was known as a god-level talent. He was definitely not weak and could control 7 powerful puppets at once. He was definitely not weaker than Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli. The 7 puppets roared and pounced on Lu Ming. "Tianyun, be careful!" Bai Qixue shouted from the crowd. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not stop and slapped. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was going to fight the puppet with his body. Many people sneered in their hearts. Puppets were made of all kinds of hard and powerful metals. They were impervious to swords and spears, so how could flesh and blood resist them? But the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. Bang! Lu Ming smacked a puppet at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm with his palm. This puppet, which weighed a few million pounds, was sent flying and exploded into a pile of scrap metal in the air. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used both his hands and feet, looking like a terrifying god of war. With a punch, a puppet exploded. With a kick, another puppet exploded. Whether it was a puppet at the peak 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm or a puppet at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, the outcome was the same. They were instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Countless people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. How could this be possible? How did this happen? An inscriber's main focus was on mental fire. The strength of their body was much weaker than that of a warrior. They had never seen such a direct, overbearing, and violent way of fighting, where they used their bodies to crush the puppets and turn them into scrap metal. Lu Ming strode forward and rushed toward the rising sun. Impossible. How did this happen? Die. Sunrise roared and an inscription scroll appeared in his hand. He opened it and a combat sword appeared. He slashed it at Lu Ming's head. This inscription talisman scroll had the attack power of a peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier. However, with a wave of Lu Ming's hand, the combat sword collapsed. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Sunrise and he slapped him. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the entire place. Many people felt their gums ache, and Sunrise screamed even more miserably. His teeth flew out mixed with blood, and half of his face swelled up high. Pa! With a backhand, he slapped Sunrise again, making him dizzy and unable to sense his direction. Then, he kicked out and Sunrise was sent flying. He lay on the ground and screamed like a dead fish. Many people drew in a breath of cold air. This Tianyun was simply too overbearing and violent. He had defeated Sunrise so easily. One must know that Sunrise was a god-tier genius. How dare you, Tianyun? You're actually so vicious. You've seriously injured your fellow disciples. You've committed a heinous crime. A heaven's favorite that was stronger than the rising sun roared. Don't fucking grumble. If you want to attack, then attack. If you don't dare to attack, then get lost. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. It was a young man with a jade crown on his head. He was fair and clean. Simply put, he was a pretty boy. Guan Rong, who was ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Someone recognized the young man. A great battle against the various geniuses. He was ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents, which was much stronger than Sunrise. Humph, how arrogant. I'll defeat you. Guan Rong's expression turned ugly after being reprimanded by Lu Ming. He strode forward. With every step he took, dense runes would appear on the ground. Roar! A ferocious tiger was formed and pounced at Lu Ming. After the tiger, there were also giant bears, pythons, and other demonic beasts. In an instant, more than 10 demonic beasts pounced at Lu Ming. To be able to set up so many formations in an instant, Guanrong's Tao of formations was extremely terrifying. His usage of mental energy fire had also reached the peak of the refinement realm, which was similar to Lu Ming's. As the demonic beasts pounced at Lu Ming, Guanrong waved his hand and 3 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. The 3 inscriptions were activated at the same time, and 3 flood dragons pounced out with a roar. Their attack power was equivalent to the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of attack was like a storm. A normal 9th level spiritual ocean tier martial artist would be drowned by this storm of attacks and torn into pieces. The combat style of an inscription master was completely different from that of a warrior. Lu Ming was expressionless as he strode forward and struck out with his palm. The space rumbled violently and the demonic beasts that pounced at him were instantly destroyed. What followed were 3 flood dragons. Boom! 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 For intense of heaven and earth wrapped around his body as he circulated 20% of the prison-suppressing heaven art's power to clash with the 3 flood dragons. Lu Ming did not dare to use the prison-suppressing heavenly art at full force. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was equivalent to the 6th stage of a high-grade demigod martial arts technique. The consumption of vital essence was extremely terrifying. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength, his vital essence would be completely drained in a few moves. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 flood dragons were defeated. Guanrong's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, an array appeared on his body and formed a pair of wings. With a flap of the wings, he retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he waved his hand and 5 inscription talismans appeared in front of him. 2 of them turned into 2 rings of light and enveloped Guanrong's body. These were protective talismans that were indestructible. As for the other 3 inscription scrolls, 2 of them condensed 2 combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. They also had the power of the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The most shocking inscription scroll condensed a long spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. The power that this long spear emitted was terrifying and shocking, exceeding the range of the 9th level spiritual ocean tier. If one had to classify it, it would be classified as a grade 10 level 6 inscription scroll. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He condensed 2 long spears in his hands and shot them out, clashing with the 2 combat swords. His palm hit the spear. Explode! Break! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and the long spear exploded. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a few steps forward, appearing in front of Guanrong in an instant. His palm was like a sharp sword, stabbing forward. The 2 light screens in front of Guanrong shattered like paper. No! Guanrong shrieked and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Lu Ming was faster and followed closely behind. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Guanrong's throat. With a jolt of his Jin Yuan, Guanrong's body suddenly went soft like mud. Lu Ming swung his arm and Guanrong fell heavily to the ground, right beside Sunrise. Everyone around them widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming was too powerful. He defeated Guanrong as if it was a piece of cake. This made the other geniuses' faces turn ugly. Haven't you all been waiting for a long time? If you want to fight, then hurry up and come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings and said coldly. Lu Ming planned to establish his authority today. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Sunrise and Guanrong? What a joke. Since he wants to die, let's attack him together and see how capable he is. A cold voice sounded. One figure after another stepped forward, and a powerful spiritual storm burst out, filling the entire area. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were all god-level talents ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Some of them were even in the top 200. However, Ji Mai, Yen Tong Tong, and Meng Jia didn't walk out. Instead, they watched from afar with bright eyes. It was obvious that the three of them did not want to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. Cut the crap and make your move. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had made great progress this time and wanted to have a big fight. Arrogant. Let's attack together. With a cold shout, more than 50 huge puppets appeared on the ground. For every puppet, the weakest was equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier, while the strongest far exceeded the 9th level. The puppet roared angrily. It stomped on the ground and pounced at Lu Ming. A portion of them had inscription scrolls appear in front of them. Dazzling light spread out from these inscription scrolls, giving off a terrifying aura. Good. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The power of the 9 dragons in his 9-dragon bloodline exploded, and a layer of purple-gold scales appeared on his body. What's that? Many people gasped. A secret technique of martial arts. Someone said. Boom. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and the rocks exploded. He dashed out. Boom. Boom. His fists continued to punch out, clashing with the puppets. Bang. 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 The sounds of explosions rose and fell as the puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier suddenly exploded like fragile balloons. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying when he combined his dragon power with the prison-suppressing steel. Not just the puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, but even those puppets that surpassed the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm would still be blown up. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. The inscription scroll glowed and all kinds of powerful attacks poured down on Lu Ming. There were endless flames, as well as lightning, storms, swords, blades, and so on. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, far exceeding the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. The combat strength of such geniuses all surpassed the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. Ordinary experts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier would be blasted into smithereens in an instant. However, Lu Ming was unafraid. He was covered in dragon scales and was indestructible. He charged up and unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art from every inch of his body. The attacks exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming broke through the layers of attacks and charged towards the elites. Not good, quickly retreat. The heavens' favorites were shocked. Each of them used an inscription formation and retreated quickly. At the same time, with every step they took back, they would leave an inscription on the ground. At the same time, a large number of puppets and inscription scrolls appeared. This time, many of the puppets actually formed a large formation. When they worked together, their aura was even more shocking. Moreover, someone even took out an even stronger inscription scroll. These people were known as god-tier geniuses, and their combat prowess was already extremely terrifying. They were characters that could contend against the geniuses of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect. They were naturally very strong. However, Lu Ming was stronger. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely terrifying at the last 9 dragons exchange. He had the absolute ability to fight against the top 200. This time, Lu Ming's Earth will had a breakthrough. All 4 types of will had reached the advanced stage of the 2nd level. When they were combined, they were even more powerful. At the same time, the power of the 9 dragons had also become much stronger. It was several times stronger than the dragon power from before, and with the addition of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. His cultivation had also increased by 1 level, reaching the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was now fully confident that he could fight Di Feng and Shi Mo, who were ranked 101st and 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. How powerful was he? Chapter 871 Piled Together. Lu Ming's current combat strength could be said to be infinitesimally close to a spirit embryo realm expert. Lu Ming could even contend with an ordinary spirit embryo realm expert. Among the younger generation, he was not afraid of anyone except for the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Boom! Lu Ming was like an ancient beast as he charged forward. He was brutal, violent as he clashed with the puppets. Boom! 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 He used violent means to break the battle formation formed by the puppets. With a punch, the weak puppets were directly blown apart, and the powerful puppets were also sent flying, their bodies deformed. Some of the flames and lightning struck the scales on Lu Ming's skin but were blocked by them. Bang! Lu Ming blasted away 9 powerful puppets in a row and appeared in front of a Heaven's Pride expert from the puppet sect. The Heaven's Pride expert's eyes widened and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming's palm made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He reached out, grabbed, and threw, directly to the side of Rising Sun and Guan Rong. 3 figures appeared on the ground, all lying on the ground, unable to get up. Bang! After dealing with this paragon, Lu Ming stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He destroyed 2 scorching fireballs, a lightning sword, and a flood dragon formed from ice in succession. He appeared in front of a paragon from the Talisman sect and punched through his talisman defense. Essential core surged in, and the paragon's body went limp. He was thrown beside Sunrise and the others. Buzz! In the next moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and charged at another prodigy like a bolt of lightning. It was unstoppable. All the puppets and inscription scrolls were destroyed by Lu Ming. One by one, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell beside the Rising Sun and the others. The people who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. Their jaws were about to drop as they looked at everything in disbelief. More than a dozen god-level prodigies joined forces, but they could not put up any resistance in front of Lu Ming. They were completely crushed and sent flying one by one. Lu Ming threw them on the ground like garbage and piled them up. In just a few minutes, more than 10 people were left there by Lu Ming. All of them were furious and ashamed. "I admit defeat." Some of the remaining people shouted and wanted to admit defeat. They were really frightened by Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength. You want to fight and you don't want to fight and you don't want to fight, how can there be such a good thing? I won't allow it. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. His figure was like an ancient beast as he charged at the other party. Bang! Ah! Then, that heaven's favorite was piled together with the Rising Sun and the others. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and another 2 geniuses were sent flying. Tianyun, this is the Talisman Amulet sect. What kind of skill is it for you to win with martial arts? If you have the ability, use the Tao of Inscription. One of the remaining heaven's favorites shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the puppet protecting him was sent flying by Lu Ming. He was also kicked away by Lu Ming and crashed into the group of elites, causing the others to scream in pain. The entire arena fell silent. The dozen or so heaven's favorites were all gathered together and roaring in anger. This caused the countless Talisman Amulet sect disciples to be dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. These were the few god-tier prodigies of the Talisman sect. Although the Talisman sect's territory was far from being comparable to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it still had over 30 large regions and countless geniuses. There were so many geniuses, but less than 50 god-grade geniuses. Which one of these heaven's favorites wasn't high up in the air? They were like the stars surrounding the moon, looking down on the younger generation. But now, there were more than a dozen of them. They were like a pile of garbage, roaring and screaming. It was too horrible to look at. This scene was too illusionary and unreal. Pa! Some people even slapped themselves ears to see if they were dreaming. Bai Qixue was also stunned. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. More than a dozen paragons joined forces and they were all defeated in a short time. He was unbelievably powerful. She recalled the attitude she had towards Lu Ming when she first met him. Her heart could not help but beat faster and she felt a little scared. If Lu Ming went crazy, she, a weak woman, would not be able to take it. This guy is so strong, but he didn't tell me. Humph. Then, Bai Qixue snorted in her heart. Ji Mai, Yan Tongtong, and Meng Jia were also shocked as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. The three of them were all ranked in the top 120 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, their combat strength was unparalleled and they were powerful. However, they were not confident that they could defeat more than a dozen divine-level geniuses as easily as Lu Ming. Even if this fellow's combat strength can't be compared to those freaks in the top 100, it's almost on par with Di Feng, Shimo, and the others. My talisman amulet sect actually has such a powerful martial arts expert, and at such a young age at that. Ji Mai murmured, his voice was filled with shock and surprise. He was ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, but he didn't think he could do that. Who? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He could feel that the vital essence in his spirit sea had been greatly depleted. In the violent storm of attacks just now, the prison-suppressing heavenly art had not only unleashed 20% of its power. Tianyun, what kind of skill is it for you to use martial arts? If you have the ability, then use the Tao of Inscription to fight us. A young man shouted. His eyes were about to spit fire, and he was extremely ashamed and resentful. That's right. You're a Zongzi candidate, but you can only use martial arts against your enemies. Who would be convinced? Zongzi candidates will have to compete for the position of Zongzi and then inherit the position of sect leader of the Talisman Amulet sect. If one is only strong in martial arts and not good in the Tao of Inscription, how can one inherit the position of sect leader and take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect? The other heaven's favorites also shouted. And NBSP, the eyes of the other spectators flashed. That was indeed the case. They did not deny that Lu Ming was powerful. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary disciple of the Talisman Amulet sect, even if his Tao of Inscription was weak, he would still be respected by others due to his powerful martial arts. However, Lu Ming's status was different. He was a Zongzi candidate. In the future, he would compete for the position of Zongzi or even the sect leader of the Talisman Amulet sect. That would not do. He had to have a strong inscription Tao to convince the masses. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's martial Tao was, one would not be qualified to inherit the position of sect master. How about this? At this moment, Ji Mai suddenly opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. Was Ji Mai going to make a move? Lu Ming's gaze also shifted to Ji Mai. In 2 months, the sect will hold a competition to determine who will enter the observatory. The observatory is the #1 sacred cultivation ground of the Talisman sect. Other than the 13 Zongzis who will not be participating, all the other young geniuses will be participating. Brother Tianyun, why don't you join us and compare notes with our fellow disciples? Ji Mai said with a smile. Although he said it tactfully, it was equivalent to an invitation to a battle. He was inviting Lu Ming to participate in the competition 2 months later to fight for the quota to enter the Heaven Observatory. Martial arts were not of much use in that kind of competition. They would naturally know how good Lu Ming's Tao of Inscription was when the time came. Alright, I agree. Lu Ming replied indifferently. No matter what, at least for the next 2 months, he would have peace and no one would disturb him. The observatory. Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Ji Mai, Yan Tongtong, Meng Jia, and the others' eyes lit up. The paragons who were thrown together by Lu Ming also had different expressions. Some gritted their teeth and insisted on having the competition 2 months later to regain the face they had lost today. Some were in deep thought. Lu Ming had agreed so quickly. Could it be that the Tao of Inscription was also extremely powerful? But how was that possible? If the martial path was already so freakish, how strong could the Tao of Inscription be? The true qi in your bodies will dissipate in 2 hours. Lu Ming looked at the young men who were still lying on the ground. He smiled faintly and stepped into the air to leave. Hey, Tianyun, wait for me. Bai Qixue immediately followed him like a little shadow. This made the sunrise and other suitors who were pursuing Bai Qixue gnash their teeth in jealousy. However, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Ming. What a joke. Lu Ming was so powerful in martial arts. Was he looking for a beating? Lu Ming and Bai Qixue swaggered out of the place. Your martial arts cultivation is actually so powerful. You actually hid it from me. On the way, Bai Qixue stared at Lu Ming and mumbled. You didn't ask me. Lu Ming said. You're that strong. He should be very famous, why haven't I heard of him before? Bai Qixue was confused. Because I'm more low-key. I've always been low-key, so it's normal that you don't know me. Lu Ming said shamelessly, which immediately attracted Bai Qixue's contempt. You want to keep a low profile? He defeated more than 10 God-level heaven's favorites at once. I'm afraid that in 2 days, the news will spread all over Mount Lianyi. Bai Qixue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said in disdain. Lu Ming touched his nose. He was forced to do this. Are you really going to participate in the competition 2 months from now? Bai Qixue asked again. Of course, I've already agreed. By the way, what kind of place is the observatory? What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Heaven Observation Platform is also known as the Heaven Observation Land. It can be said to be the #1 cultivation holy land of the Symbol Puppet sect. It is said that in the Heaven Observation Land, one can come into close contact with the inscription laws. By observing the inscription laws, the speed of absorbing the power of inscription will be frighteningly fast. However, the energy required to open the Heaven Observation Land is extremely terrifying. Therefore, the number of people who can enter each time is very limited. The other 13 Zongzis have already entered. This time, only 3 people will be allowed to enter the Heaven Observation Zone. Therefore, a competition will be held in the entire sect. Only the top 3 can enter the Heaven Observation Zone for a month. Bai Qixue explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea in his heart. Are you confident? Bai Qixue asked, blinking her big eyes. She was curious. No, I didn't. Lu Ming's answer made Bai Qixue stumble and almost fall. No. If you're not confident, why did you agree? Bai Qixue said. If you agree, you'll have at least 2 months of peace, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Indeed, he wasn't 100% confident. After all, he had only been in contact with the Tao of Inscription for a short period of time. The other heaven's favorites had already cultivated for more than 10 years. This was especially so for geniuses like Ji Mai, Yan Tong, and Meng Jiao. Lu Ming had no confidence in winning just by relying on the Tao of Inscription. In terms of the richness of his mental energy fire, Lu Ming was confident that it would not be inferior to Ji Mai and the rest. One should know that Lu Ming had lit 10 mental energy lamps at every level, achieving perfection. No matter how talented Ji Mai and the others were, it was impossible for them to reach the perfect stage. It was already terrifying to be able to light 8 lamps of will at each level. Lu Ming's weakness was his usage of mental energy fire. His usage of mental energy fire had already reached the peak of the refinement realm. In the eyes of ordinary geniuses, it was already very terrifying and not weaker than many god-tier geniuses. However, Lu Ming believed that geniuses like Ji Mai were definitely not just at the peak of minute subtlety. Perhaps, they had already reached the realm of heart. The higher one's mental energy level was, the stronger one's combat strength would be when they had the same mental energy fire. His current weakness was the use of mental fire. Bai Qixue was speechless. So Lu Ming had agreed to it just for 2 months of peace. Soon, the two of them returned to Yun Peak House. Yes, I have to go and buy another batch of demonic beast blood essence to continue to improve the grade of my bloodline. Back in his room, Lu Ming was deep in thought. Also, the third bloodline, I don't know why. I still can't awaken. At the thought of this, Lu Ming frowned a little. Many god-level prodigies had already awakened their third bloodline before they reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, he had yet to awaken it. He could clearly feel that his spine seemed to be nurturing something, but he could not awaken it. He always felt that something was missing. Little Qing and Fatty are also awakening slower than others. I don't know if it's good or bad. Also, I can't just let things be in the competition 2 months from now. I have to convince those people so that they won't find trouble with me. It'll be beneficial for me to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. However, it wasn't that easy to make these god-tier heavens favorites submit. If I can improve the realm of the use of mental fire, I'll be more confident. I wonder if there's a place in the Yin and Yang mountain where I can refine and use the mental fire. At the thought of this, Lu Ming took out the map that Bai Qixue gave him and opened it to read. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after a while. The Mental Energy Refining Hall was a cultivation ground that specialized in training the use of mental energy fire. The Talisman sect was indeed an overlord force that specialized in the Tao of inscription. It had everything. Lu Ming was now a Zongzi candidate. Apart from a few restricted places, he could enter most of the cultivation places. It was a good time to cultivate there. Lu Ming immediately took out the rough stone and began to devour it to recover his essential core. Not long after, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He left Cloud Peak residence and headed to the Spirit Training Hall. The Spirit Tempering Hall was a large hall, but it was filled with formations and could accommodate many people to cultivate. Lu Ming flashed his Zongzi candidate token and entered easily. After entering the hall, he found that there were many doors of light. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred. Lu Ming walked inside and chose a door of light in an isolated corner. On the door of light, there were words of elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top-notch. This should be the choice of difficulty. I'll choose intermediate. Lu Ming pressed the word intermediate and the word intermediate shone brightly. Then, he took a step and stepped in. When he entered the light door, he found himself in an empty void. Here, Lu Ming realized that the essential core in his body was suppressed. Even his intent realm was suppressed. He could only use his mental energy fire. Buzz! A blue arrow shot toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. An arrow condensed from mental fire. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense that this arrow was completely condensed from mental energy fire. Training the mental fire. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a more powerful mental energy fire rushed out. It also formed an arrow and shot toward the arrow in front of him. However, just as the two arrows were about to collide, the incoming arrow suddenly turned nimbly and dodged Lu Ming's arrow. It continued to shoot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to make a turn but it was too late. He could only condense more mental energy fire to form an arrow and shoot it at the arrow. The arrow was finally intercepted by Lu Ming and offset. However, at this moment, more arrows suddenly condensed in the surroundings and shot toward Lu Ming. These arrows were extremely agile. Like a nimble snake, they danced in the air and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the mental fire but he could not keep up with the speed of the arrows. He could only release more mental fire to block the arrows with numbers. However, this greatly depleted Lu Ming's mental energy fire. Soon, his mental energy fire was depleted. Whoosh! Whoosh! With his mental energy fire depleted, Lu Ming could no longer block the arrows. He was instantly hit by the arrows, and a tearing pain came from his head. His vision turned black, and in the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he had returned to the door of light he had entered earlier. It's only medium difficulty and it's already so difficult. It seems like I'm really not that good at using mental fire. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and stepped into the light door again. The next moment, he was back in the void. Buzz! Around him, more blue arrows formed and shot toward him. It was said that in the spirit tempering hall, the amount and quality of the spirit fire condensed from the arrows were exactly the same as the person who entered. In order to completely block these arrows, one had to condense one's own spirit fire. Each spirit fire had to be equal to the amount of the attacking spirit fire. Furthermore, one spirit fire had to intercept one of the other's spirit fire. This way, one could finally completely offset the attacking spirit fire and pass the test. As long as the mental energy fire that he condensed was thicker and stronger than the other parties, the number of arrows that he could condense would definitely be less than the other parties. Just like Lu Ming previously, he used violent attacks to block some of the arrows in the front. However, very soon, his mental energy would be depleted and he could only be beaten up at the back. However, these arrows were too agile. It was too difficult to block them perfectly. One had to have extremely precise control over one's mental fire. At the same time, one's control of it had to be very impressive in order to completely block them. Lu Ming was fully focused, controlling his mental energy fire to block the arrows that were coming from all directions. This time, Lu Ming held on for a longer time. The arrows that were shot at him were too agile. Lu Ming could not keep up with the speed of the other party by controlling one arrow alone. He could only release a large number of mental energy arrows to surround them. Soon, his mental energy was depleted again. The arrows pierced his body and Lu Ming was teleported out of the door of light. Continue. Continue. Lu Ming stepped into the door of light again and again, training the use of his mental energy fire. Slowly, he became more and more familiar with the use of his mental fire. He could barely keep up with his opponent's speed and offset the arrows by controlling his own mental fire. However, it still wasn't perfect. In the end, he would still be killed and teleported out of the light door. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for 7 days. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen arrows flew in the air. Lu Ming controlled the arrows condensed by his mental energy fire and continuously blocked the arrows that were shot at him. In the end, when Lu Ming's mental energy fire was depleted, there were no more arrows coming from all directions. He blocked the attack perfectly and Lu Ming successfully passed the intermediate level. Now, my usage of mental energy fire has improved a lot, and I'm infinitely close to the heart-reaching realm. Lu Ming thought in his heart. For two people who had the same amount of mental energy fire, the higher the level of mental energy fire utilization, the more puppets they could control. In fact, the stronger the puppet they controlled, the stronger their combat strength would naturally be. Furthermore, those who had a high level of mental energy fire could inscribe formations and inscription scrolls faster. They would be stronger in both elixir and weapon refinement. This was the benefit of having a high level of mental energy usage. The subtle realm was the meticulous use of one's mental energy. One would not waste a single bit of it and would use it to its fullest potential. The heart limit realm, as its name suggested, moved one's mind and the fire of one's spirit. It was incomparably fast. At this realm, be it controlling puppets or inscribing formations, he was terrifyingly fast. In an instant, he was able to inscribe a large formation. How strong was his combat power? It could be said that when two people with the same level of mental energy fire used their mental energy to the extreme realm, they could easily kill someone in the subtle realm. As for the intent movement and shinha, they were even more amazing. Now, the intermediate difficulty is no longer enough for me to level up. It's time to choose the advanced difficulty. At that moment, Lu Ming chose the advanced difficulty and stepped in. He had just entered for a few breaths when there was a flash of light outside the door of light. Lu Ming reappeared. This is too fast. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. In the advanced difficulty, the arrows that appeared were insanely fast and extremely agile. They could make hundreds of turns in an instant. The mental fire arrow that Lu Ming controlled could not keep up with them at all. The moment they entered, they were killed in seconds before they could even block one arrow. The difference was too great. Looks like I'll have to train in the intermediate difficulty for a while longer. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He chose the intermediate difficulty again and started to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's usage of the mental energy fire was getting better and better. The arrows condensed by the mental energy fire became more and more agile under his control. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. He controlled an arrow and shot it into the middle of the other's arrow shaft. The remaining power didn't stop and even offset the other arrow. If Lu Ming used one arrow, he would be able to nullify 2 arrows that were made of mental fire of the same strength. When there were no more arrows condensed around him, Lu Ming's mental energy fire was only left with half of it. Lu Ming's usage of mental energy fire had improved by another level. However, he felt that he had not broken through the heart-to-heart realm. Now, I should be able to try the advanced difficulty. Lu Ming exited the place and chose the advanced difficulty. He took a step in. Whoosh! An arrow moved as fast as lightning in the air. It changed hundreds of directions in an instant, leaving a long trace. Lu Ming could not keep up with the speed of the other party by controlling an arrow. He controlled the 9 arrows and sniped them from different directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 9 arrows flew in different directions and blocked the incoming arrow. With a bang, the arrow was finally stopped. However, before Lu Ming could celebrate, 2 more arrows formed and shot toward him. Lu Ming could only gather more arrows to block it. This time, Lu Ming only lasted for half a minute before he was teleported out. Continue. After failing, as long as his mental energy was restored, Lu Ming would continue to step in. Chapter 874 Heart. He stepped in again and again, but failed again and again. Just like that, another 7 days passed. It had been more than 20 days since Lu Ming entered the spiritual tempering hall to cultivate. Lu Ming cultivated like crazy, training his usage of mental energy fire like a mad demon. Buzz! Outside the light door, there was a flash of light and Lu Ming's figure appeared. I know, so it's like this, so it's like this. Lu Ming mumbled to himself, his eyes glimmering with excitement. After such a long period of cultivation, he finally caught a trace of inspiration, the inspiration to break through to heart-reaching. Then, he sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended that inspiration. He sat there for an entire day. A day later, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had calmed down, but revealed a ray of confidence. Then, he stepped into the light door and stood in the void. Whoosh! A blue arrow was as fast as lightning. It made hundreds of turns in the air in an instant and was shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and an arrow was formed. Go! With a single thought, the arrow flew out. In the next moment, it accurately appeared in front of the arrow and collided with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, 2 arrows appeared and shot toward Lu Ming from 2 directions. With a single thought, 2 arrows flew out and made hundreds of turns in the air, catching up to the 2 arrows and canceling them out. The heart is at its limit. This is the heart. I've finally broken through. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew in all directions, but none of them could hit Lu Ming. In the end, all the arrows were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's usage of the mental energy fire had finally broken through and reached the early stage of the heart realm. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to cultivate. He didn't choose the top difficulty, but continued to train in the advanced difficulty. It was said that the top difficulty level was for those at the level of will. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the spiritual tempering hall for 50 days. There were still 10 days left before the competition on the observatory platform. Lu Ming's usage of mental energy fire had already reached the late stage of heart limit. To go from the peak of minute subtlety to the late stage of heart realm in 50 days was a speed that would leave anyone dumbfounded. Only a 7th-rank alchemist could master the state of heart. A 6th-rank alchemist who could master it was already a genius among geniuses. Anyone could come to the spiritual tempering hall, but who would have such a speed of progress? From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming was very talented in the inscription Tao. It's time to go out and buy a batch of blood essence. It's been so long, should have it by now. Lu Ming pondered and left the spirit tempering hall, flying toward the treasure pavilion. During this period, Lu Ming went to the treasure pavilion once and ordered a batch of demonic beast blood essence. Soon, they arrived at the treasure pavilion. "Beauty, how's the demonic beast blood essence I ordered?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. It was still the same beauty from before. "Junior brother Tianyun, you've come." The beautiful woman's big eyes stared at Lu Ming, shining brightly. Now, Lu Ming was a famous person in the talisman sect. Who did not know that he had fought more than 10 god-level prodigies back then? The 50 portions of Class 8 Lever 6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence and 50 portions of Class 9 Lever 6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence you asked for took a lot of effort to gather. The beauty laughed and took out a storage ring. "Thank you." Lu Ming smiled and kept the storage ring. He then handed the raw gemstone to the other party. It was a total of 60,000 raw stones, and this was the price after the discount since the other party had bought so many. "It's really expensive." Lu Ming sighed. He really couldn't afford this demonic beast blood essence. It seemed that after using this batch, he'd better go hunt for it himself. Lu Ming secretly thought. The raw gemstones left behind by the 9 Suns Supreme Martial Artist were only about 1 million in total. If this continued, it would not take long for them to run out. I still have to use it sparingly. Lu Ming made up his mind. After paying the raw gemstones, he headed to Yunpeak House. Along the way, people who saw Lu Ming looked at him with awe and curiosity. The competition will begin in 10 days. Tianyun's martial Dao might be strong, but his Dao of inscription might not be. That's right. We'll be able to see the real deal in 10 days. If the Dao of inscription is not good enough, no matter how strong his martial arts are, he'll have to step down from the Zongzi candidate throne. Many people were discussing and looking forward to the competition in 10 days. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence and saw Bai Qixue inscribing the inscription scroll seriously. Her jade-like fingers were long and beautiful as she danced in the air. Inscriptions flew into the talisman paper one after another. The peak of the subtle realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Bai Qixue had made great progress after not seeing him for some time. Her use of the spiritual fire had reached the peak of the refinement realm. It didn't take long for him to finish inscribing a Class 7 Lever 6 rune scroll. Tianyun, you're back. Where had he been cultivating all this time? How's the progress? Bai Qixue's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ming. It's all right, there's been some progress. Lu Ming said. Some progress? Why don't we have a competition to see who's faster at inscribing inscriptions? Bai Qixue said, with an eager look in his eyes. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. This girl had a breakthrough and wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. Sure, how do we compete? Lu Ming said with a smile. What do you think about our speed of inscribing formations outside? Bai Qixue said with excitement. Sure, but since it's a competition, there should be some punishment, right? If you lose, how will you be punished? Lu Ming smiled. What punishment? Bai Qixue blinked her big eyes. How about this? If you lose, you kiss me. If I lose, I'll kiss you. How about it? Lu Ming chuckled. You. Who wants to kiss you? You rascal. Bai Qixue's face turned red. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed. He did not do it on purpose. He was in a good mood after having a breakthrough in the use of mental energy fire. Moreover, he had not seen Bai Qixue for a long time. He just wanted to tease her and relax the atmosphere. It's fine if you don't agree, but whoever loses will treat you to a big meal. Lu Ming smiled and strode out of the room. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Outside the Cloud Peak house, there was a large open space. It was very wide. The two of them stood facing each other. Let's start. Break. Bai Qixue suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground. At the same time, her 10 fingers bloomed in the air, and dazzling inscriptions flew out and sank into the ground. Buzz. On the ground, a formation immediately appeared, shining with bright light. However, Lu Ming kept smiling and stood there with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. This guy, why isn't he moving? Humph, he's really arrogant. Watch how I teach him a lesson. Humph. Bai Qixue snorted and took a step forward. The formation glowed and 2 snow-white eagles were formed, flying toward Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming began to move. Lu Ming took a step forward and dense runes appeared on the ground. The runes intertwined and formed a formation. In an instant, 9 formations appeared on the ground almost at the same time. Dandan, the divine turtle of the world. The 9 formations were layered on top of each other, emitting a bewildering light. The 2 combat swords crushed the 2 eagles. At the same time, vines, chains, and a cage of fire appeared, trapping Bai Qixue in the middle. 9 formations. Bai Qixue was dumbfounded. They clearly did not see Lu Ming inscribing the array just now. In the end, they only saw Lu Ming taking a step forward. With just 1 step, he actually inscribing 9 arrays. This was too terrifying, right? Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Heart of the Earth, this is the heart of the Earth realm. You broke through. All of a sudden, Bai Qixue seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes widened and she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. I was cultivating in the spiritual energy refining hall a while ago and I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough. Do you still want to compete? Lu Ming said with a smile. No more, no more. Bai Qixue kept shaking her head. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and the array disappeared. Tianyun, you're truly crafty. You've clearly broken through, and yet you still agreed to spar with me. You're too crafty, humph. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. At the thought of Lu Ming's proposal of giving her a kiss if she lost, she gritted her teeth. She felt that Lu Ming was deliberately trying to take advantage of her. He had clearly broken through, yet he still agreed to compete with her. He was too evil. You didn't ask for the competition yourself, I never said anything about it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Humph, cunning fellow. There's no big meal to eat. Bai Qixue snorted again and ran back to her room with a proud smile. Hey, you can't go back on your word. Lu Ming was rather speechless. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked into the courtyard, pushed open the door, and entered. Lu Ming was stunned the moment he entered the room. A small turtle was lying on his bed with its legs crossed. It was gnawing on a blood ginseng that was 10 times fatter than the turtle. Crack, crack, crack. He ate with great relish. Dandan. Lu Ming revealed a look of disbelief. It's actually Dandan. Didn't she run away during the battle in Nine Dragons? Why would he appear here? After all, this was the Yin and Yang mountain. Even a martial emperor could not break the formation of the mountain. How did Dandan get in? Lu Ming, you're back. I've really missed you to death. When Dandan saw Lu Ming, she finished the huge blood ginseng in a few bites and pounced on him. Luckily, Dandan had sent her voice to Bai Qixue, so she didn't hear it. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Dandan's head, lifting her in the air. Then, he took a step forward and an inscription array appeared, isolating the sound. At the same time, the door was closed. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Quickly release me. Dandan shouted, her four legs dancing wildly. You're as timid as a mouse, a guy who's afraid of death, and you still dare to come to me. How did you get away so quickly during the battle in Nine Dragons? Lu Ming asked. Don't slander me. What do you mean I'm afraid of death? I'm wise. I'm far from recovering. I can't help much even if I stay there. Of course, I have to act according to the situation. While all those experts are out, I went to steal a treasure house. Hee hee. Dandan knew. You went to steal from the treasure house. Whose? Martial Emperor Di's? Lu Ming asked in bewilderment. Of course not. It's just a small treasure vault. There's not much in it. Dandan's eyes rolled. I don't believe it. Take it out and split it in half. Lu Ming said. No, I really don't have any. Let me tell you, most of what I got were spirit herbs. I've been using them to recover during this period of time. I've recovered a lot during this time and can already inscribe 6th and 7th level inscriptions and array techniques. Quickly let go of me. Dandan shouted, her two claws stomping hard. Lu Ming then let go of Dandan. Dandan spat out more than 10 jade talismans from her mouth and gave them to Lu Ming. These are level 6 and 7 inscriptions and arrays. Look, I've been thinking about you all the time. Lu Ming picked up a piece and scanned it with his mind. Indeed, there were many kinds of inscriptions on it. They were very complicated and there were many inscriptions that even Lien Tsang did not know. Lu Ming nodded and kept it without any hesitation. He looked at Dandan curiously and said, How did you know I was here? Also, how did you get in? I can sense your aura no matter how far away I am. Do you really need to enter this place? Who am I? The head of the top 10 war beasts, the world divine turtle, is more than enough to enter this formation. Dandan burst into laughter. Divine turtle of the world. Lu Ming caught the keyword. Dandan did not mention this word when she bragged in the past. That's right, the world turtle. This time, I ate a large amount of spiritual medicine and recovered a little. I finally remember what my name is. This name is domineering, right? Ha ha ha. Dandan danced with joy, her face full of pride. What's the world turtle? Lu Ming was very curious. He had never heard of this name. You're the plaything, your whole family is a plaything. Dandan was unhappy. She pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, I only remember the name. I'm not too sure about the rest. However, the formation in this place is really powerful. If I hadn't recovered a little, I wouldn't have been able to enter. This fellow. Lu Ming was still a little shocked by Dandan. It was not for anything else, but that he had sneaked into Mount Liangyi. If word got out, it would cause a great uproar. Since you're here, just stay here and don't run around. With that said, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the jade talisman given by Dandan, and started to read it. There were many types of 6th and 7th level inscriptions and arrays in the Dandan jade talisman. It could be said that there were all kinds of them. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming and he was so engrossed in it that he forgot about devouring and refining the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. 10 days later, the competition between the talisman sect's disciples finally began. It was to fight for the 3 spots in the Heaven Observation Land. Lu Ming opened the door and walked out. Dandan was lying on his shoulder. Tianyun, when did you get a turtle? Bai Qixue looked over curiously. Oh, it's a wild turtle I picked up from the ravine behind the mountain. It looks quite fat, and I'm planning to make soup for it later. Lu Ming answered casually. This made Dandan so angry that she rolled her eyes and almost exploded her turtle shell. You're the wild turtle, your whole family are wild turtles. Dandan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. And it's a king-tier wild tortoise. Interesting. Tianyun, let me play with it for 2 days. Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and looked at Dandan. Dandan was so angry that her whole body was twitching. The two of them chatted as they flew toward the competition. Not long after, the two of them came to a square paved with white jade. At the top of the square, there was a huge jade wall that was more than 3 meters high and 10,000 meters long. Array debate with pictures. One could see that there were inscriptions shining on the jade wall. It was obvious that the jade wall was covered in inscriptions. At this moment, the white jade square was already packed with people. Countless young geniuses of the talisman sect had gathered here. Not only young people, but many older people also came to watch the competition. Look, Tianyun is here. He really dares to come. The heavens' favorites will not let him go. This time, we can't use martial arts. Let's see how strong his Tao of inscription is. He actually managed to sit on the throne of Zongzi candidate. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Tianyun, I hope that your Tao of inscription will not disappoint me. Sunrise walked over. His eyes were very cold and he glared at Lu Ming fiercely. What happened last time was simply a great humiliation. Not bad, Lu Ming. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guan Rong also walked past. He looked at Lu Ming with a sullen and provocative expression. At the same time, the paragons who had been beaten up by Lu Ming previously glared at him fiercely as if they wanted to bite him. Asking for a beating again, right? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the paragons with hostility, causing them to turn pale. They snorted coldly and walked to the other side. From time to time, paragons would fly over in the sky. Lu Ming saw Ji Mai, Yan Tong, and Meng Jia. These 3 people could be said to be the main characters of the day, receiving everyone's attention. The talisman sect had 13 people in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. All 13 of them were Zongzi's candidates and would not be participating this time. As for Ji Mai, Yan Tong, and Meng Jia, they were the ones who were closest to the 100th place. They were also the most qualified candidates for the top 3. The observatory was also the place that the 3 of them had the most hope of obtaining. Who do you guys think will get first place? It must be Ji Mai. He's ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although the list hasn't been updated for a long time, I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right, I think so too. Ji Mai should be first without a doubt. As for Yan Tong and Meng Jia, their ranks are quite close. I wonder who's stronger. I wonder if any dark horses have emerged. What do you guys think Tianyun will be in the top few? It is undeniable that Tianyun's martial Tao is so powerful. No one in the talisman sect's younger generation has such a powerful martial Tao. I'm afraid that the elders have taken a fancy to his martial Tao, which is why they conferred him the title of Zongzi candidate. It's impossible for him to be very strong. At most, he can cultivate to assist his martial arts. That's right. It's impossible to be strong in both. There's no such monstrous person in existence. The surrounding area was filled with discussions. At this moment, a group of figures appeared in the sky, and the entire place fell silent. The talisman sect master, Bai Shijin, the puppet sect master, Du Songjue, and a few other elders had all come. In the sky, runes appeared, and chairs appeared. The elders sat down in the air. At the level of the doyens, inscribing formations in the air was a simple matter. Alright, I'll be the host of today's competition. A figure stepped out, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. It's supreme martial artist Meng Chong. I didn't expect him to be personally hosting this event. The surroundings were in chaos as many people revealed excited expressions. Meng Chong was one of the 5 great supremes of the Talisman Amulet sect. No one had expected that he would be the host of this competition. The 2 sect masters were also present. It seemed like this competition was very important to them. Many people rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, preparing to put on a good performance later. If they were taken in as a disciple by any of the elders, they would be rich. This competition will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to identify formations on the white jade wall. The second stage is to challenge the 10,000 formation pagoda. The second stage is to compete with each other. Now, let's begin the first stage. Meng Chong announced and flew towards the 10,000-meter-long jade wall. He waved his hand and a landscape painting appeared on the wall. For us inscription masters, first of all, our eyesight is very important. If we enter a dangerous place full of formations, we must first be able to see and identify where there are formations and where there are none. Take this landscape painting as an example. There are many formations on it. What you need to do is to find a formation from this painting. Find one formation and obtain 1 point. Those who do not have 10 points will be eliminated. Those who have more than 10 points will advance to the next round. As he said this, Meng Chong extended his finger and pointed at a corner of the painting. With a loud roar, a huge tiger flew out from the painting. This meant that there was a formation here. Now, do you understand? Meng Chong looked around and shouted. Understood. Everyone responded. More importantly, you have to be extremely careful when searching for a formation. If you find the wrong one, you'll be eliminated. Thus, if you're not confident in your chances, it's best not to act recklessly. Alright, wait a moment. There will be many paintings on the white jade wall, and the difficulty will be the same. However, the paintings will be different, so you can choose whatever you want. Come up and identify them. Meng Chong announced. Then, 2 elders appeared on both sides of the jade wall. With a wave of their hands, inscriptions were inserted into the white jade wall. Instantly, the 10,000-meter-long white jade wall began to glow, and pictures began to appear. There was a painting every meter. There were 5,000 paintings on the white jade wall, and they were all different. There were scenes of mountains, rivers, demonic beasts, and great battles. All 6th-level alchemists under the age of 30 can go up the stage. Meng Chong ordered. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. Immediately, many figures flew up and landed under the white jade wall. They randomly chose a picture. Let's go too. Bai Qishue said. Lu Ming nodded. He and Bai Qishue flew up and landed under the white jade wall. They each chose a painting. Not long after, out of the 5,000 chapters, more than 3,000 paintings were chosen. In other words, there were more than 3,000 6th-level alchemists under the age of 30. This number was not bad. Of course, most of them were ordinary and could not be considered heaven's favorites. As soon as they landed on the white jade wall, many people began to observe it quietly, trying to identify the formation. The surrounding spectators also quieted down so as not to disturb the competition. The painting that Lu Ming chose was a landscape painting. A swordsman carrying a long sword on his back was walking on a mountain path. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area. Blue mental energy fire emanated from his fingers and he tapped on the branch of a small tree. Instantly, a Silavirur combat sword flew out and then disappeared. On the upper right corner of the picture, a number appeared, 1. It meant 1 point. Under the white jade wall, the others also waved their hands and pointed. On the wall, all kinds of lights flashed continuously. There were weapons, demonic beasts, flames, lightning, and so on. The scene was incomparably magnificent and dazzling. It was a spectacular sight to see from afar. In the beginning, everyone's speed in finding the array was very fast. However, after finding 5 formations, many people slowed down. In the picture scroll, some formations were relatively simple and easy to recognize, while some formations were very well hidden and difficult to recognize. Increasing at a constant speed. Many people began to frown and ponder, their eyes fixed on the painting. Buzz! Suddenly, someone pointed out a finger and the entire painting shone brightly. Then, the painting disappeared from the wall in a flash. AI. That person sighed. He had chosen the wrong person, and the picture disappeared, becoming the first person to be eliminated. Seeing that someone had been eliminated by the wrong call, the others became even more careful and didn't dare to rashly make a move. However, the competition had a time limit of half an hour. Once the time was up, those who had less than 10 points would also be eliminated. Some people were deep in thought, but some people were still very fast. It was as if they didn't need to think. Their fingers continued to point out, and one formation after another was found. These people were all Heaven's Pride level figures. A Heaven's favorite is indeed a Heaven's favorite. His eyesight is extraordinary. He was able to identify a formation just by pointing at it casually. How amazing! Of course. An alchemist's eyesight is very important. If you don't have good eyesight, you won't be able to become a Heaven's favorite. Look, Ji Mai, Yen Tong Tong, and Meng Jia are the fastest. They've already found 20 formations without much consideration. This is shocking. Look, the other chosen have also found more than 10 spell formations. The first round of the test is not difficult for them at all. Look, that Tianyun is so fast, he's actually found more than 10. Could it be that his Tao of inscription is also so amazing? Some people were discussing. In the end, they looked at Lu Ming in surprise. That's normal. The strength of the Tianyun martial arts shows that he's very intelligent. Even if he helps with the path of inscription, he won't be too bad. It's normal for him to pass the first round. Not bad. Some of the older generation spoke, and the others nodded. During this period, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other elders watched with interest. However, their gazes were mostly on Lu Ming. They were very clear that Lu Ming's first 5 levels were at the perfect stage. However, mental energy fire alone was not enough to master the Tao of inscription. One's eyesight, the use of mental energy fire, the number of inscriptions and arrays one had mastered, and the strength of one's understanding were all very important. If he only had a strong mental fire and nothing else, he would be useless. It was like a person who had great strength but did not know any martial arts techniques or battle experience. Then, his strength would not be able to exert its original effect. The competition this time was also a test for Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would all of them appear in a competition between the younger generation? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he continued to point his fingers. He was neither fast nor slow. He maintained a uniform movement. It did not seem to be very fast, slower than Ji Mai and the rest. Very soon, Lu Ming had found 20 formations. However, his speed was still the same, neither fast nor slow. In the arena, there were people who continuously made mistakes and were eliminated. There were fewer and fewer people. In the end, many people didn't dare to make a move. They stared at the picture with bloodshot eyes. Some people found more than 10 formations, and without full confidence, they would not dare to make a move. If there were more than 10 people, they could already pass and enter the next round. If they made another move and pointed out the wrong number, they would really vomit blood. Slowly, many people stopped and looked at the others. At this moment, Ji Mai, Yan Tongtong, and Meng Jia had already found more than 50 formations. At this point, their speed had already started to slow down. Sometimes, they needed to think for a while before pointing out a finger. As for Guan Rong and the other God-tier heaven's favorites, he had found more than 40 of them. However, his speed was much slower. He had to think for a while before he could find one. Sunrise, in particular, had already found 43 formations. He was frowning and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the picture on the white jade wall, but he couldn't find the 44th formation. At this time, Lu Ming's speed was still at a moderate pace. There was no change in his speed compared to before. He pointed with his finger continuously and the number of arrays he found kept increasing. 30, 40, 50. Very soon, the number of arrays that Lu Ming had found had exceeded 50. However, the speed did not slow down and it was still increasing. At this moment, many people's gazes were attracted to Lu Ming. Guys, look! Tianyun has already found more than 50 formations, and it's still increasing. What's going on? He's not slowing down at all, he's so fast, he's almost catching up to Ji Mai and the others. How did this happen? The surrounding discussions affected even more people. Countless eyes looked at Lu Ming. At first, they were puzzled, but slowly, they turned into shock. When the number of formations Ji Mai found reached 60, Lu Ming's number also reached 60. However, the number of formations that Lu Ming found exceeded 60 and he became the first. This was shocking. No one had expected that Lu Ming could actually find so many arrays. The key was that the speed of his finger was still maintained at a constant speed, as if he didn't need to think. At that moment, even the geniuses who were taking part in the competition below the white jade wall had their eyes on Lu Ming. Sunrise's eyes were bloodshot. He pondered for a long time but could not find 44 arrays. When he heard the movement beside him, he looked at Lu Ming. With one look, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief, and he shrieked, "How is that possible? How could he have found so many? It's impossible." He simply couldn't believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. Slowly, even Ji Mai, Yan Tong, and Meng Jia stopped searching. They looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming was still not slow. He pointed his fingers at a uniform speed and one by one, the arrays were found. This Tianyun couldn't possibly be able to find all the formations, right? That's too terrifying. Look, he's not even slowing down. I know now. From the start, he maintained a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. That way, he would have enough time to think and identify. However, Mai Ji and the others were too fast at the start, so they would have to slow down to think later on. I think Tianyun will stop soon, so he can't be as strong as Mai Ji. Someone voiced out his thoughts, causing many to nod in agreement. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few others had faint smiles on their faces. They were very calm, and no one knew what they were thinking. However, as the number of arrays that Lu Ming found increased, his speed did not seem to slow down at all. The number of arrays that he found continued to increase. Very quickly, it exceeded 70, and the number was increasing at a constant rate. 71, 72. Those who thought that Lu Ming would stop immediately were dumbfounded and their faces were flushed red. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. They stared at him and wanted to see how many Lu Ming could find. When Lu Ming clicked on the 76th option, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at his surroundings. Who? The crowd that was watching heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming finally stopped. 99 formations. Look, I was right, wasn't I? He kept a moderate speed in the beginning so that he had time to think. But he has his limit, and now he has reached it. I bet he has reached the end and can't find the next array. The person who had spoken earlier immediately spoke again, winning the approval of the crowd. That's right. 76 should be his limit. However, it's already terrifying. I don't think Ji Mai and the others can exceed this number. I didn't expect that Tianyan's eyes would be so sharp. Many people sighed and discussed. Lu Ming looked at his surroundings in surprise. The reason he stopped wasn't because he couldn't find it, but because he suddenly felt eyes on him from all directions. He was surprised, so he stopped. At this time, he looked around and saw that there was nothing. Lu Ming looked at the picture again, stretched out his finger and pointed. The 3 combat swords slashed out and then disappeared in the air. Another array was found. Then, Lu Ming started to point at it at a uniform speed. The 78th, 79th, 80th. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had found more than 80 arrays and the number was still increasing. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The person who had spoken earlier almost bit his tongue, and his face turned red. He had just said with certainty that Lu Ming had reached his limit and it was impossible to find the next one. However, he was immediately slapped in the face and he felt his face burning. How many can he find? I don't know. Tianyan's speed has always been constant. I can't guess. It said that there are a total of 99 formations on a painting. He won't find all of them, will he? That shouldn't be possible. In history, there are very few people who could find all the formations. Even those supreme beings didn't have this skill when they were young. The discussion continued without stopping. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the rest all stopped and stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, they already knew that they would definitely lose as they were identifying the formation quickly. They could not beat Lu Ming. They were even more curious about how many Lu Ming could find. Damn it, how did this happen? Sunrise's eyes were red and he growled. He had always harbored a grudge against Lu Ming after being abused by him the last time. However, he could not defeat Lu Ming. He had always wanted to humiliate Lu Ming in the Tao of Inscription in this competition. But now, the array that Lu Ming found was far superior to his. How could he humiliate him? Interesting. In the air, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others all revealed expressions of interest. Lu Ming had no other thoughts in his mind. He pointed his finger continuously and had no intention of stopping. He had received the inheritance from Lien Sang, so he knew a lot of inscriptions and formations. Also, the inscriptions and formations that Dandan had given him were even more complex and had all kinds of things. The formations on these drawings were only meant to test the young, so how could they possibly stump him? The number of formations he found continued to increase, and soon, it exceeded 90, but it did not stop. Very quickly 96, 97, 98. Finally, Lu Ming pointed with a finger. The sound of a sword whistling reverberated throughout the square. 99. Lu Ming had found 99 formations. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped because he realized that there was no more formation on the picture. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyes were wide open and they could not say a word. It was too shocking. Lu Ming had actually found all the array techniques. This was beyond everyone's expectations. In the history of the Talisman Amulet sect, this had only happened a few times. Could it be that Lu Ming's inscription skills were also so terrifying that they were above his martial arts? How was this possible? How could there be such an abnormal person in the world? Being good at identifying formations doesn't mean that one's Tao of inscriptions is good. Identifying formations tests one's knowledge and insight. Perhaps Tianyun has seen many inscriptions and formations before, which is why he's so good at identifying formations. That's right. There have been people like that in history. The cultivation level and usage of mental fire were very poor. However, due to his extensive reading, he has very good eyesight and is very good at identifying arrays. Perhaps Lu Ming is such a person. Yes, 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 it must be like this. Many people agreed. It seemed that this was the only way to make them feel better. Impossible, this is impossible. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly reverberated through the entire area. Everyone's gaze turned to the person who had shouted, "Sunrise." The person who shouted was Sunrise. Su Ri's eyes were red as he glared at Lu Ming and roared, "Tianyun, it's impossible for you to find all the formations. You're cheating, you're definitely cheating." Lu Ming sneered. He looked at the rising sun and said, "Which eye of yours saw me cheating? Also, there are so many people here, did anyone see me cheating? Maybe you're just lucky and picked a very simple picture. There are a total of 5,000 pictures here, so it's normal for you to pick a simple one." Sunrise gritted his teeth and shouted. At this moment, he was filled with jealousy. He had completely forgotten that Meng Chong had said that the difficulty of these 5,000 drawings was the same. The reason why he said this was because he was suspicious of Meng Chong, a supreme martial artist. Nonsense. As expected, Meng Chong's face darkened. He looked at the rising sun and snorted. Sunrise shuddered but still gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ming. He did not believe that Lu Ming could really find all the arrays. He still believed that Lu Ming was lucky and had chosen a simple picture. In the crowd, there were also people who revealed thoughtful expressions. Some people had the same thoughts as the rising sun. After all, there were a total of 5,000 drawings on the white jade wall, and every one of them was different. It was too difficult to ensure that the difficulty of all 5,000 drawings was the same. Perhaps, there were some drawings that were relatively easier. Many people had such thoughts. They were no longer as shocked as they were when they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He looked at the rising sun indifferently and said, "So you're saying that the difficulty of your painting is very high? At least it's harder than yours." Sunrise said coldly. Lu Ming smiled and strode toward the rising sun. "You. What are you trying to do?" Sunrise's body trembled, and he could not help but take a step back. He was still traumatized after being beaten up by Lu Ming for a while previously. He was afraid that Lu Ming would fly into a rage out of humiliation and beat him up again. "You're really trash." Lu Ming pursed his lips, making Sunrise's face turn ashen. "You found 43 formations. This is your result. You think you can be called a god-tier heaven's favorite?" Lu Ming sneered. "The difficulty is different. What are you so proud of?" Sunrise gritted his teeth. "Oh, really? Difficulty? He. With that, Lu Ming suddenly strode forward to the picture of the rising sun and waved his hand. Countless finger shadows flew out and touched the picture of the rising sun. "Yours, is it very difficult?" At this moment, Lu Ming had pointed at least 30 fingers. The roars of the beasts were continuous. Giant wolvers, fierce tigers, eagles, and other demonic beasts flew out and howled at the sky. On the upper left corner, the number representing the number of formations began to soar. In the beginning, it was 43. In an instant, it rose to 75. In a single breath, the number had soared to 75. However, this was not the end. Lu Ming waved his fingers and the sky was filled with finger shadows. At a terrifying speed, he continuously pointed. The number continued to rise. 5 breaths. In just 5 breaths, that number had soared to 99. He found all of them. Within 5 breaths, Lu Ming had pointed out all the formations. This. Countless people's eyes were wide open. Their mouths were as wide as half of their faces. They all had the same expression as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Silence. The entire place was silent, not a single sound was made. This was too terrifying. He had found all the formations in 5 breaths. This had never happened before. This guy. Bai Qixue's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at Lu Ming. Ji Mai, Yen Tong Tong, Meng Jia, and the others were also shocked. Your drawing, is it very difficult? Lu Ming's gaze shifted back to the rising sun as he spoke indifferently. These words were like a series of slaps on Sunrise's face, causing his face to flush red as if it was about to bleed. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was trembling violently. He was still in shock. He had just said that Lu Ming's picture was simple and he was just lucky. But now, he had pondered hard for a long time and only found 43 of the pictures that he had chosen. He had also said earlier that his pictures would definitely be more difficult than Lu Ming's. The most ironic thing was that he could not find a picture after racking his brains. He said that it was more difficult than Lu Ming's, but Lu Ming found it with a wave of his hand in less than 5 breaths. Could there be anything more ironic than this? Compared to Lu Ming, he was simply blind and useless. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Tianyun, don't be too pleased with yourself. Identifying formations is just a test of one's eye of discernment. You've only read a few more books on formations and inscriptions, and that's all. However, in the Tao of inscription, not only will knowledge be useful, it will also require application. If you can't use it, you're just a nerd. Sunrise growled. He did not believe that Lu Ming's Tao of refinement was that impressive. Like some people, he thought that Lu Ming had only seen more inscription arrays. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. He could not be bothered with the rising sun. Not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin stroked his beard and laughed. Bai Shijin, don't be happy too early. He has received the inheritance of our master and has mastered the inscription formations. It's only natural that he can recognize all the formations in the pictures. The main thing is to look at the back. Du Songjue said. That's true. Bai Shijin nodded. They were conversing through voice transmission, so no one else could hear them. Alright, half an hour hasn't passed yet. If you want to continue searching, then quickly continue. At this moment, Meng Chong announced. Ji Mai, Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia, and the others perked up and continued their search. Very quickly, half an hour had passed. Everyone's results were already out. More than 3,000 people had participated, and more than half of them had been eliminated. Only 1,500 people had passed the first round. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's results were first. The second place was Ji Mai. He found 67 formations. The third place was a young man named H. Ming, who had found 65 formations. Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia were tied at fourth place, having found 62 formations. The other God-tier heaven's favorites all had less than 60 and more than 40. Bai Qixue's result was unexpectedly good. She actually found 45, 2 more than the rising sun. The first round of the competition had officially ended. Now, let's begin the second round, the all-formation tower. Meng Chang's voice resounded through the entire area. Everyone looked to the east of the white jade square. There was a pagoda there. It was thousands of meters tall and reached into the clouds. It occupied a vast area. This was the all-formations pagoda. Meng Chong walked in the air and arrived near the 1,000 formation tower first. I believe most of you know that the 1,000 formations pagoda is divided into 36 levels. There are many great formations inside, and they change endlessly. The power will be different according to the difficulty of the choice. The formations at the bottom are relatively simple. The higher you go, the more difficult it is. Only by breaking those formations can you get to the next level. The second round of the competition will be held in the 1,000 formations pagoda. The difficulty level is medium. Only those who can pass the 12th level will pass and enter the next round. Meng Chong announced. What? The intermediate difficulty required one to pass all Tulavir levels. Such high requirements. I'm done for. I just passed the All Formations Pagoda not long ago. I can only reach level 9. I can only make it to the 10th level. It's over. I'm most likely going to be eliminated. As soon as Meng Chong's words fell, the surrounding people sighed. Lu Ming was curious. He had seen this All Formations Pagoda on the map that Bai Qixue had given him. It was a place for Talisman Amulet sect disciples to cultivate. Lu Ming had not been here before. Some people sighed, while others had calm eyes, clearly knowing what was going on. That was because most of them had come to pass the All Formations Tower, and there was a rough estimate of how many levels they could pass. Alright, there are a total of 15-16 people who have passed the first round. Each time, 500 people will enter. Now, let's begin. Meng Chong announced. Suddenly, many figures rushed towards the 1,000 Formations Pagoda. From the bottom of the 1,000 Formations Pagoda, a door of light entered and disappeared. Ji Mai, Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H. Ming, the four of them went in at the same time. This is going to be a good show. This H. Ming is a dark horse. I wonder how many levels the four of them can reach. Around them, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also watching with great interest. How does the All Formations Tower look at results? How do we know who has passed and how many levels? At that moment, Bai Qixue had walked to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming asked Bai Qixue about it. Did you see that? There's a huge jade tablet beside the 1,000 Formations Pagoda. As long as someone enters, their name will be displayed on it. Behind the name, it will show the level they have reached. Also, this 1,000 Formations Pagoda is absolutely fair. Everyone who goes in will face the same formation. Bai Qixue explained. Lu Ming looked to the side. Indeed, there was a jade tablet there with names appearing on it. There were 500 of them. At this moment, behind the 500 names, there was a 1. It was obvious that everyone was on the first floor. However, Ji Mai, Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H. Ming's names were quickly replaced by the word 2. The changes happened almost at the same time. This meant that the four of them had entered the second level at the same time. But not long after, the four of their names became 3 again. Only then did the other Heaven's favorites make it to the second level. Challenging the All Formations Pagoda. So fast. Ji Mai, Yen Tong, Meng Jia, and H. Ming are so fast. They've reached the third level so quickly. The strength of the four of them is already stronger than the others by a level. Who is this H. Ming? I've never heard of him before, but he's actually this strong. I heard that he was a disciple secretly trained by an elder. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade tablet, observing the changes in the names on it. At this moment, the names of Ji Mai and the other 3 appeared at the top, shining brightly. As time passed, the number of levels they passed continued to increase. Very quickly, Ji Mai and the other 3 made it past the 10th floor. At this moment, some people had already been eliminated. The worst was to make it to the 5th level, some were at the 6th level, the 7th level. Starting from the 5th level, there were people being eliminated on every level. The 1,000 Formation Pagoda flickered with light as Talisman Amulet sect disciples were transported out. The people who were teleported outside. Soon, Ji Mai and the other 3 passed level Tulavir. From the 13th level onwards, the speed of the 4 of them slowed down. That was because from the 13th level onwards, the difficulty would increase by a huge margin. 2 hours later, more than 430 out of the 500 people who had entered were eliminated. They had not passed level 12. The elimination rate was terrifyingly high. Only 60-odd people had passed level 12. After passing through the 12th level, there were also people who were constantly being transported out. The number of people who remained in the Thousand Formations Tower was getting fewer and fewer. Meanwhile, Ji Mai had already reached the 23rd floor. Yan Tongtong, Meng Jia, and H Ming had also reached the 22nd floor. Below, there were rooms on the 20th and 19th floor. What level do you think Ji Mai can reach? I estimate that at the 26th and 27th level, the difficulty will increase sharply for every 12 levels. From the 25th level onwards, the difficulty will be even greater. That's right. I also think that Ji Mai can only make it to level 27 at most. Yan Tongtong and the other two will be even worse off. Yes, that's about it. Even among the 13 Zongzi's candidates, only a few of them can pass the 30th level and above in the intermediate difficulty. Many people were discussing. As time passed, more and more people were teleported out. In the end, only Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H Ming were left. At this moment, Ji Mai had already reached the 25th floor while the other three were on the 24th floor. After reaching the 25th floor, Ji Mai's speed was like a turtle crawling. He was much slower and was stuck on the 25th floor. He was unable to reach the 26th floor. It didn't take long for Yan Tongtong and the other two to reach the 25th floor. An hour later, the number behind Ji Mai's name changed from 25 to 26. Ji Mai had reached the 26th floor. This time, after 2 hours, Yan Tongtong and the other two reached the 26th floor. This time, the wait was even longer. After 3 hours, Ji Mai finally reached the 27th floor. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. They could wait for months, let alone hours. This time, it didn't take long for Ji Mai to appear on the 27th level of the All-Formation Pagoda. It seemed to be a coincidence. Less than 2 minutes after Ji Ziming stepped out, a bright light flashed on the 20th floor. Yan Tong, Meng Jia, and H Ming were all teleported out. The three of them could only make it to the 26th floor. Alright, now that the first batch of people has come out, the next batch will continue. Meng Chong announced. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. One by one, they rushed in. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He watched with great interest. After the second group of people entered, the names on the jade tablet all changed to the names of the second group. Time flew by, and night soon fell. Inscriptions glowed around the white jade square, forming pillars of light that brightened the white jade square as if it were daytime. Soon, everyone was teleported out. In the second group, there was no one who was particularly amazing. The highest was only at level 25. Sunrise was also in the second group. He only made it to the 24th level before he was teleported out. Now, the third batch. The rest of you, go in. Meng Chong announced. The last batch had 516 people. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue followed the crowd and rushed into the Thousand Formations Tower. Countless gazes were fixed on the jade tablet. Tianyun has entered. I wonder how many levels he'll be able to reach. Jinyun's array analysis is very powerful. Challenging the All-Formation Pagoda is related to the array analysis. I think his results won't be bad and he should be able to pass level 20. After the 20th level. You value him that much? That's right. He's really good at identifying arrays. I guess he can find the weaknesses of many arrays. As long as his Tao of inscription is not too bad, his results in the Thousand Formations Tower will not be too bad. You're right. However, in the end, he still needs to rely on his strength to pass the All Formations Pagoda. The 24th level is his limit. It's almost impossible for him to pass the 25th level. Many people expressed their opinions. There was a flash of light and the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming found himself in a valley. As soon as he appeared, formations appeared around the valley. The formations condensed into more than a dozen combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. They're all low-grade level 6 formations. Lu Ming took a glance and understood everything. With a step, inscriptions spread out from the ground and entered the formations. The formations collapsed and disappeared. The surroundings changed again. This time, they were in the middle of a forest. Lu Ming speculated that he had already reached the second level. In the forest, formations appeared as well. This time, Lu Ming was faster. He took a step forward and runes appeared. He destroyed the weak points of the formations and caused them to collapse. The people outside were right about one thing. Lu Ming had sharp eyes. He could tell the weaknesses of these arrays with one look and could break them easily. Lu Ming's speed was incomparably fast. He passed through the levels one by one. The environment and the array techniques that appeared on each level were different, but it was not difficult for Lu Ming. His speed was like a hot knife through butter. So fast. Tianyin's speed is so fast. He's already reached the 10th level. Outside, someone exclaimed. In the third group of people, Lu Ming's speed was far ahead. His eyesight is indeed extraordinary. The level of the array below the 12th floor is not high and is relatively simple. It is not difficult for him to break it. But after the 13th floor, his speed will definitely slow down. That's right. After the 13th level, it's impossible to rely on your eyesight alone. Look, he has passed the 12th palace. Someone cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade tablet, on the first place, Tianyin's name. The name was displayed according to the name recorded in the identity token. The identity token recorded by Lu Ming in the Talisman Amulet sect was called Tianyin. Very quickly, the entire place fell silent. This was because after Lu Ming reached the 13th level, his speed did not slow down. He was still as fast as he was on the previous Tulavir levels. Chapter 881 Clearing. On the jade tablet, the number behind Tianyin's name kept jumping, seemingly unable to stop Lu Ming. When Lu Ming reached the 20th level, the sovereigns who were ranked behind him were the fastest. They had only passed the 12th level. The difference was too great. The rest of the people around the square kept their mouths shut. Those who said that Lu Ming was just relying on his judgment also kept their mouths shut. How could he break the formation so quickly just by relying on his eyesight? Even they themselves did not believe it. Damn it. Detestable. In the crowd, Sunrise was roaring in anger. The other paragons who had been beaten up by Lu Ming before also had ugly expressions. The number of levels that Lu Ming had cleared was still rising rapidly. Not long after, Lu Ming successfully broke through level 24 and rushed to level 25. At this level, Lu Ming's speed finally slowed down a little. This made many people let out a long sigh of relief. If Lu Ming's speed of breaking the array was still as crazy as before, they would really doubt whether Lu Ming was still human. It was normal to be slower. Even if it was just a little slower, they would feel much more comfortable. In the myriad formations pagoda, there was a desert. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the desert. The strong wind whistled, blowing the desert and filling the air with sand and dust. Every grain of sand was shining with light, as if every grain of sand had been set up with a formation. The difficulty of cracking this was rather high. Lu Ming's eyes were shimmering with light. Endless wild sand appeared in his eyes. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. His fingers moved, and thousands of phantoms appeared in the space. Countless inscriptions were born from his fingertips, rushing in all directions and disappearing into the dust. Just now, Mike took a full hour to pass level 25. However, 10 minutes later, the strong wind stopped and the desert disappeared. Lu Ming appeared on the 26th floor. Amazing. Ji Mai said, his eyes were filled with surprise. The other heaven's favorites, such as Yen Tong, Meng Jia, and H. Ming, were shocked. They had all reached the 25th level and knew how difficult it was. However, Lu Ming had only used 10 minutes to pass it. It was terrifying. I wonder how many levels Tianyun will be able to reach. Someone asked. No one said anything, even those who liked to make comments before. The key was that the previous remarks they made about Lu Ming were never accurate. They were also blushing and ashamed. How would they dare to express their opinions easily? They might be slapped in the face by Lu Ming again. It was better to watch quietly. 26, 27. Very soon, Lu Ming had passed the levels and surpassed Ji Mai, who was previously in first place. Moreover, the time he used was much shorter than Ji Mai. However, this did not stop. The challenge continued. 30, 31, 32, 33. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had cleared the 33rd level and entered the 34th level. It's the last 3 levels. I heard that the last 3 levels are extremely difficult. Even the other 13 Zongzis have not been able to pass them. The strongest stopped at the 35th level. That's right. Although it's only the intermediate level, the difficulty of the last 3 levels is also very terrifying. I estimate that the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion will stop at the 35th level at most. As the crowd discussed, some people couldn't help but express their opinions. At that moment, the last batch of people had already come out. Lu Ming was the only one in the Myriad Formations Tower. Among them, Bai Qixue made it to the 25th floor, which was quite an achievement. Bai Qixue's talent was amazing, otherwise, she would not have been accepted as a disciple by Bai Shijin, a leader of a sect and a supreme master. Everyone waited in silence. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. He's moving. Tianyun has charged through. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The number behind Lu Ming's name had changed to 35. 35th step. This was already the record for the strongest Heaven's Pride expert of this generation. In the Myriad Formations Pagoda, light shone and countless inscriptions flickered. A large formation emerged, forming a terrifying saber radiance that slashed at Lu Ming. Each of these blade lights could easily kill an existence at the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. And here, there were hundreds of blades shining. Of course, if one was hit by the blade light here, they would not really die. They would only fail to pass the level and be transported out. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and his fingers moved quickly. Runes appeared one after another, forming a large array. Shields appeared and blocked Lu Ming's surroundings. The saber beams were blocked by the shields. Then, Lu Ming began to step forward and form an array. He searched for the weaknesses of the big arrays and began to crack them. However, the formation on this level seemed to be endless. After one was broken, another one would appear. Lu Ming continuously inscribed runes and continued to crack them at a very fast speed. Time passed by slowly. 2 hours later, no new array appeared. Lu Ming successfully cleared the 35th level and appeared on the 36th level. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually passed through the 35th level and entered the 36th level, breaking the record of this generation. Of course, the other 13 Zongzis hadn't cleared the intermediate level of the All Formations Pagoda for many years. The records they left behind were all from many years ago. Otherwise, the 13 Zongzis, who were ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, would definitely be able to pass the medium difficulty level of the 1,000 Formations Pagoda. Even if they were powerful, they could still pass it. Another 3 hours passed, and on the jade tablet, Jianyun's name glowed brilliantly, emitting a golden light. This meant that Lu Ming had cleared the level. A wave of shocking cheers and shouts of disbelief erupted from the audience. Lu Ming had actually cleared the level. Was his Tao of inscription also so terrifying? Or was his eyesight already so terrifying that he could accurately find the weakness of the formation? The Thousand Formations Pagoda shone with a golden light and Lu Ming was teleported out. Countless eyes were on Lu Ming. At this moment, some people had already revealed looks of admiration. In the second round, without a doubt, Lu Ming came in first. Then, Meng Chong announced the names of the people who passed the second round. There were a total of 200 people. Out of more than 1,500 people, only 200 people successfully advanced. The rest were all eliminated. The elimination rate was really high. Now, the 200 who have advanced will proceed to the third round. The third round will be a battle of strength. Meng Chong announced. Then, he waved his hand. In the center of the white jade square, inscriptions glowed, and a huge, bronze, ancient fighting ring appeared. Then, Meng Chong announced the rules. The third round was a test of overall strength. Formations, puppets, inscription talismans, and spirit weapons could all be used. However, there was one point. Inscription talismans had to be made by the user. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. Until the top 3 were selected, they would be rewarded with the opportunity to cultivate on the observatory. As for who would fight who, it was completely up to Meng Chong. Now, whoever's name I call will go up the stage. Meng Chong announced as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Tianyun. Meng Chong called out the first name. The sullen rising sun. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had not expected Meng Chong to call out Tianyun first. Lu Ming was stunned as well. He did not expect to be the first to go on stage. However, he did not care. It did not matter which rank he went on stage. Lu Ming moved and rushed up to the fighting ring. Sunrise. Then, Meng Chong reported another name. The crowd went silent, and then they all revealed strange smiles. Meng Chong was the first one to let Lu Ming fight against the rising sun. This was definitely intentional. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. This Supreme Meng Chong was really interesting. In the crowd, Sunrise's eyes flickered. He stepped into the air and walked onto the fighting ring. Tianyun, even though you've passed level 36 of the Thousand Formation Pagoda, I'm guessing that you've done so by relying on martial arts, right? Can you break through with your Tao of Inscription? You're courting death. Su Ri said coldly as he stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. The eyes of the people around the white jade square flickered. I think Sunrise's words make sense. That's right. In the Thousand Formations Pagoda, no one could see how Tianyun broke through the formations. Perhaps he broke through with the power of martial arts. His martial arts are indeed very terrifying. Yes, martial arts can also break arrays. Why didn't I think of this before? Maybe it's true. Then it's not that impressive that he passed the 36th level. After all, his power of martial arts is really strong. If the other 13 Zongzis were to challenge the medium difficulty level of the Thousand Formations Pagoda, they would be able to pass quickly. The discussion around them grew louder and louder. Many people had suspicious looks in their eyes. They all thought that Lu Ming had relied on the power of martial arts to clear level 36 of the Thousand Formations Pagoda. Just watch. No matter what, martial arts can't be used in the third round. You can only rely on the Tao of Inscription. We'll soon find out whether the Tao of the Heavenly Cloud is strong or not. Not bad. Just watch. Some people were more rational and did not rush to make a conclusion. On the fighting ring, Sunrise smiled smugly when he saw that his words had aroused everyone's suspicion and caused them to deny all of Lu Ming's achievements. Humph, Tianyun, let's fight purely with the Tao of Inscription. I'll let you know that it was your mistake to hit me last time. I'll pay you back 10 times over. Sunrise gritted his teeth. During this process, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He was carefree as if he did not care at all. "Are you done with your nonsense? If you're done, let's start. The others still want to compete." Lu Ming spoke indifferently. From his tone, it was as if he did not care about the rising sun. "Since you're so eager to be abused, I'll fulfill your wish," Sunrise said coldly. Then, he strode forward. With every step he took, an array would appear on the fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen large formations appeared on the fighting ring. These large formations condensed monstrous flames and surged toward Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and runes spread out from under his feet. They seemed to be alive and swam to the array set up by the rising sun. Sunrise's array formation was like a bubble. With a pop, it disappeared. The flames that filled the sky also disappeared. What's going on? Sunrise was shocked. He then roared and waved his hands. On the ground, another formation appeared. However, the formation had only emerged halfway when Lu Ming took a light step forward. The formation that had just emerged from the rising sun disappeared with a puff. Sunrise bellowed angrily and continued to inscribe the array. However, Lu Ming took another light step and Sunrise's array also appeared halfway before disappearing. Impossible! Sunrise's eyes were red. He roared and continued to set up the array. The blue mental energy fire between his brows was dancing wildly. However, Lu Ming was expressionless. With his hands behind his back, he walked casually on the ground as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. With every step he took, the formation that was half formed by the rising sun would collapse and dissipate. What a brilliant method of breaking formations! Every time Sunrise tried to inscribe a formation, Tianyun would be able to accurately see through the weakness of his formation and break it. A white-haired old man stroked his beard and nodded his head repeatedly with a surprised look on his face. Many people recognized him as an elder of the Talisman sect. He was a level 8 inscriber and extremely powerful. Since the level 8 alchemist had spoken, there was no mistake. Many people gasped, their eyes filled with shock. To think that Tianyun would be able to see through the weakness of the rising sun formation even before it was completed, or perhaps even just halfway through its inscribing process. This was truly terrifying. If it was a complete formation, it would still make sense if it could see through the weakness. But for a formation to be able to find its weak point before it was fully inscribed and before it could even fully display itself, how it would operate was still unknown. It wasn't even clear what inscription the other party wanted to inscribe. This was too terrifying. Moreover, Lu Ming could easily take a step forward and quickly break the rising sun's array. His control of the mental energy fire was extremely amazing. This was a slap to the face of the rising sun. Earlier on, didn't Sunrise say that Lu Ming used martial arts to break the array in the Myriad Array Pagoda? Now, Lu Ming would let him see what he had to use to break the array. Was it the martial Tao or the Tao of inscription? At this moment, Sunrise's face was red. He bellowed continuously. Every time he was halfway through inscribing the array, Lu Ming would break it. That feeling was too uncomfortable. It was as if he had strength but could not use it. Every time he was halfway through, he had to hold it back. He almost vomited blood. In the end, he roared in anger and retreated quickly. With a wave of his hand, 9 huge puppets appeared and formed a battle formation, charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward. Suddenly, dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. A huge formation emerged and 9 combat swords condensed. With one slash, the 9 puppets of the rising sun were cut in half. At the same time, another formation appeared under Sunrise's feet. Vines flew out and wrapped around Sunrise. Then, the formation glowed, and one fist after another condensed and rushed toward the rising sun. No, no, I admit defeat. No. Sunrise shouted, but it was too late. The endless fists drowned him out. Only his shrill screams could be heard on the fighting ring. When the fist disappeared and the formation was hidden, Sunrise was lying miserably on the fighting ring. His body was covered in wounds and his face was swollen like a pig's head. No one could recognize him. Looking at Sunrise's miserable appearance, many people felt cold all over. Heart of the Earth. His usage of mental energy fire has reached Heart of the Earth. Impressive. It was still the 8th grade alchemist. He stroked his beard and spoke with admiration. What? Tianyun has actually reached the state of heart. Many people were extremely shocked. There was only one step between the minute and the heart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Other than the 13 Zongzi candidates, only Ji Mai, Yan Tongtong, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming had reached the state of heart supremacy. Now, there was another Tianyun. Chapter 883 Advancing. Now, no one had any doubts that Lu Ming had used martial arts to clear the Myriad Formations Tower. His eyesight was too terrifying and he could easily see through weaknesses. Furthermore, his control of mental energy fire had reached the heart realm. Perhaps, he could really pass through the 36th level. Wasn't this too shocking? Jianyun's martial Tao was so terrifying, and even his Tao of inscription was so terrifying. How were the others supposed to survive? Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H. Ming's eyes turned serious. This time, perhaps Tianyun would be a formidable opponent. Not bad, not bad. In the sky, Du Songjue, Bai Shijin, and the others nodded and laughed. It seems that this little guy still holds grudges. Bai Shijin laughed. He was referring to the incident where Lu Ming beat the rising sun into a pig's head. This is what a real man should do. When the other party bullies you, of course, I have to fight back. I think Lu Ming is my type. No wonder this kid can cause a war in 9 Dragons. Du Songjue stroked his snow-white beard and laughed. Ever since they found out that Lian Tsang was killed by Martial Emperor De, Du Songjue and the others from the puppet sect had given up on the idea of joining Martial Emperor De's side. All they could think of now was how to fight against Martial Emperor De. Therefore, Du Songcheng's opinion of Lu Ming had changed greatly. He naturally hoped that Lu Ming would be as strong as possible. It would be best if Lu Ming could lead the Talisman Amulet sect to fight against Martial Emperor De in the future. That's true. However, Lu Ming's array is all about fists. Where did he learn it from? Why have I never heard of such an array? Bai Shijin asked, puzzled. The formation condensed a fist, and it wasn't very powerful. It was as if it was specially used to beat people. They had lived for thousands of years and had never seen such a formation. However, they soon found out the answer. Since you're looking for trouble, I can only fulfill your wish. This is a formation I came up with 2 days ago. It's quite effective, right? Lu Ming walked to the front of the rising sun and smiled. Lu Ming had mastered countless inscriptions from Dandan. All arrays were made up of inscriptions. Lu Ming had nothing to do for the past 2 days and had conceived such an array. It was very effective when used to beat people up. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were stunned as they looked at each other. As it turned out, this array was developed by Lu Ming and it was specially used to beat people up. At the same time, they were also very shocked that Lu Ming could actually develop his own array. This was something that could only be done with an extremely strong foundation. Sunrise's eyes were so swollen that he could not open them. He moved his body with all his might, full of fear towards Lu Ming. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chong announced. Lu Ming smiled and got off the fighting ring. Someone went up and helped Sunrise off the fighting ring. Good job, Tianyun. Bai Qishue was so excited that her face turned red, and she clenched her fists. The competition continued. Meng Chong called out names and they began to fight one-on-one. Lu Ming stood below and looked at the fighting ring. Lu Ming had seen many battles between warriors, but he rarely saw a battle between inscription masters. Lu Ming watched with interest as he watched all kinds of formations flash and puppets pounce. It was quite interesting. Meng Chong seemed to be doing this on purpose. The God-grade heaven's favorites started to move away from each other and didn't bump into each other. Soon, it was Bai Qishue's turn. Bai Qishue's opponent was not strong, so she won easily. After a day and a night, the 200 people had all finished their battles, leaving only 100 people. The next 100 people continued to fight in pairs, and Meng Chong picked them. This time, Lu Ming was at the back of the queue. When he went up the stage, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. This person was not as strong as Rising Sun, but Rising Sun was easily abused by Lu Ming. Naturally, he quickly admitted defeat to avoid further humiliation. Very quickly, the top 50 were born. Bai Qishue did not advance. She met a master and failed. Next, it was the competition to advance from the top 50 to the top 25. Those who were able to rank in the top 50 were all geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were more than 30 god-tier geniuses, while the rest were quasi-god geniuses. The competition continued. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was a quasi-god level prodigy. However, he was quickly defeated by Lu Ming's lightning-fast formation. When one's usage of mental energy fire had reached the heart's end realm, the speed at which one inscribed the array was too fast. On the other hand, Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H. Ming also won the competition in a crushing manner. The top 25 had been born. What was somewhat unexpected was that a few god-tier geniuses had been defeated by a few new faces. Without a doubt, these new faces were all new geniuses who had risen up and were all very powerful. Next, there are 25 people. I will choose Ji Mai to enter the top 4 directly. The remaining 24 of you will fight in pairs until the last 3 will fight with Ji Mai for the top 3. Do you have any objections? At this time, Meng Chong's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. No objections. I have no objections. The other 24 people chimed in. Ji Mai was too strong, he would definitely lose if he went up against him. It was better to let him advance directly so that they would not meet him in advance. The others would naturally agree. This time, Ji Mai's strength was recognized as the number 1. Alright, since you've all agreed, then Ji Mai will not need to compete for the time being. Next, the top 12 will be from the top 24. Yan Tong will fight Gao Lu. Meng Chong announced. Yan Tong flew up and his opponent was a beautiful lady. She was also a god-tier genius. Yan Tong belonged to the puppet sect and was good at controlling puppets. Gao Lu belonged to the talisman sect and was good at inscription talismans. Gao Lu took out 6 class 9 lever 6 inscription scrolls. They shone with all kinds of lights, some for protection, some for attacking, and some for trapping enemies. With a wave of his hand, Yan Tong summoned Tulavir puppets. Each of the 12 puppets was not at class 9 lever 6, but class 10. The 10th level of the 6th level had already surpassed the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm and was equivalent to the great circle of the spiritual ocean realm. It could also be considered a half-step spirit embryo realm. Inscription scrolls and puppets were very similar to the classification of demonic beasts and corresponded to martial arts. An inscriber's strength had little to do with the division of mental energy fire. It mainly depended on the formations one inscribed, the inscription talismans one had mastered, the puppets one controlled, and so on. Yan Tong, for example, was controlling 12 class 10 lever 6 puppets at the same time. It was equivalent to 12 perfected Spirit Sea Realm experts attacking together. Furthermore, he had set up a formation, and the power was extremely terrifying. Yan Tong, ranked 115th on the list of top 1,000 talents, had terrifying strength. The powerful puppet easily tore through the defense and attack of the golems and defeated them. After that, Meng Jia and H. Ming did the same. They displayed astonishing strength and defeated their opponents, entering the top 12. Tianyun vs. Feng Tai. Meng Chang's voice sounded. Lu Ming stepped forward. When he saw his opponent, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Feng Tai, ranked 183rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, was very powerful. He was also the Heaven's Pride expert who had been beaten up by him last time. Feng Tai looked at Lu Ming with an ugly expression. He had been beaten up by Lu Ming previously and he had lost a lot of face. Chapter 884 Counter-Control. However, Feng Tai did not provoke Lu Ming as Sunrise did. He had clearly seen what happened to Rising Sun. He was rather fearful of Lu Ming. Tianyun, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me. I don't believe that your Tao of inscription is that powerful. Feng Tai said in a low voice. Make your move, you'll know once you try. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Feng Tai didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and 12 giant puppets appeared in front of him. These were 12 giant Wallevers. Their bodies were completely black, and they emitted a powerful aura. 6 of them were at the 10th rank of level 6, and the other 6 were at the peak of the 9th rank. Each of them was 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. They looked like 12 giant monsters. The 12 giant wolf puppets formed a large formation. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming, causing the fighting ring to rumble violently. This Feng Tai should have lit up 7 mind lamps at each level. Lu Ming's heart stirred. An ordinary inscriber could control 1 or 2 puppets, and that was already impressive. Feng Tai could control 12 powerful puppets at the same time, and he could even form a large array. His mind power must be very strong, far beyond that of an ordinary inscriber. At the same time, his mastery of mental energy fire must have reached the peak of the subtle realm, or else he would have found it very difficult to do so. In the past, the tribes that Lu Ming had encountered in the underground world were just superficial knowledge that Lian Cang had passed on to him. He did not understand the essence of the knowledge. In addition, the people in the underground world had limited talent and their mental energy fire was not strong. Their control of the mental energy fire was also very shallow. Usually, they could only control 1 puppet. Compared to the paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect, they were far inferior. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly as he looked at the Tulivir puppets that were charging at him. He did not summon the puppets to fight the enemy, nor did he take out the inscription scrolls. What is Tianyun trying to do? Could it be that he was going to rely on a temporary formation to fight against Feng Tai's puppet battle formation? How is this possible? Inscribing a formation in an instant can't be of a very high level. It's fine to use it against enemies with a great disparity in strength, but it's a little too much to use it against Feng Tai's puppet battle formation. It's hard to say. Tianyun has already reached the heart limit realm, and his inscribing speed is unparalleled. He might be able to inscribe some powerful formations in an instant to resist Feng Tai's puppet battle formation. Seeing this situation, many people started to discuss. Just as the puppet was about to reach Lu Ming, he took a light step forward. A total of Tulivir formations appeared on the ground. The formations glowed, and a human figure condensed. Lu Ming. All the figures condensed by the array were Lu Ming's figures, which were exactly the same as him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What kind of formation is this? How come I've never seen him before? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Someone exclaimed. Tulivir Lu Ming's figures appeared beside the Tulivir puppets. In a flash, they rushed towards the puppets and extended their palms to slap them. Break! Feng Tai let out a low roar as he controlled his puppets to attack the Tulivir figures. Bang! 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 The Tulavier figures were extremely fragile. After being hit by the puppets, they immediately collapsed. However, before Feng Tai could smile, the collapsed figures turned into runes that spread on the Tulavier puppets, forming a formation and entering the puppets' bodies. "I don't care what tricks you're playing, take this." Feng Tai growled and controlled the puppet to continue pouncing at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring with his hands behind his back. He really did not move at all, not even his feet. What is this Tianyun trying to do? He didn't move at all. Was he looking for death? Or are you planning to admit defeat? At such a close distance, it's already too late for him to inscribe a formation to resist. Has he really given up on the competition? Does he know that he's no match for Feng Tai? The surroundings were filled with clamor. "Tianyun, fight back." Below the stage, Bai Qixue shouted with a worried look. "Roar!" The giant wolf puppet howled and brandished its sharp claws, trying to grab Lu Ming. "It's over, this Tianyun is finished. I don't know what's gotten into him, but he's not fighting back, nor is he admitting defeat." Someone cried out in shock. Lu Ming did not admit defeat. Feng Tai could continue to attack. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest were also staring at the fighting ring without blinking. Their eyes were filled with doubt. They did not know what Lu Ming was planning. "If you're pretending to be mysterious, then you'll be defeated." Feng Tai's eyes were filled with madness and a hint of joy. He could finally take revenge for what happened last time. Just as the giant wolf puppets' claws were about to land on Lu Ming, the Tulavier giant wolf puppets suddenly stopped and froze in front of Lu Ming. What was going on? Don't tell me Feng Tai showed mercy. That must be it. Feng Tai must have stopped the puppet when he saw that Tianyun couldn't fight back in time. Everyone guessed. However, they didn't see that Feng Tai's expression had become very strange. It was filled with bewilderment, astonishment, and even shock. Roar! The 12 giant wolf puppets howled and turned around one after another. They stood in front of Lu Ming and looked at Feng Tai, who was opposite them. Many people were confused. This didn't seem right. "Go." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then, the 12 giant wolf puppets roared and charged at Feng Tai. "Impossible." Feng Tai let out a roar of disbelief. The blue light between his brows flickered, and the mental energy fire danced wildly. However, he discovered that he had completely lost control of the Tulavier puppets. It was as if his connection with the Tulavier puppets had been cut off. He was shocked. Boom! 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 Tulavier huge puppets stepped on the battle stage and pounced towards him. He roared and waved his hands, inscribing a formation on the ground. Light flashed and the formation appeared. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to stop the puppet's iron hooves. In an instant, the formation he had inscribed was destroyed, and the giant wolf puppet's huge claws grabbed at Feng Tai. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Feng Tai shouted. The giant wolf puppet's claw stopped on top of Feng Tai's head. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene in shock. What was going on? What the hell was going on? How did Feng Tai's puppet end up being controlled by Tianyun? I don't know. What's going on? Could it be the formation that Tianyun carved earlier, the formation that condensed Tulavier bodies that were the same as him, that was the formation that controlled Feng Tai's puppet? What? There was actually such a formation in the world. How come I didn't know about this? There was a clamor all around. Many people couldn't control their emotions and cursed. The key was that the scene was too strange and amazing. What kind of formation is this? In the sky, Bai Shijin and Du Songjue looked at each other in a daze. They had never heard of such a formation before. Chapter 885 Fighting H. Ming. Master Lien Tsang never mentioned such a formation. If there was such a formation, he would have passed it down. Du Songjue said. The others nodded in agreement. It seems that Lu Ming not only obtained Grandmaster Liao Tsang's legacy, but he also had other fortuitous encounters. Bai Shijin sighed. This formation is very intriguing, but its effect is not as great as you think. It's completely dependent on a strong mental energy fire in the formation to cut off the connection between the opponent and the puppet and take it for one's own use. Lu Ming's mental energy fire is much stronger than Feng Tai's, which is why he was able to do it. Du Songjue pondered and commented. His eyes were sharp, and his guess was pretty close. Of course, Lu Ming had learned this array from Dandan. Just like what Du Songjue had said, it required mental energy that was much stronger than the other party to be able to do it. If the mental energy was weaker or similar to the other party, it would not be possible. However, other than supreme martial artist experts like Du Songjue, how could ordinary people see the profoundness within? Naturally, they were shocked beyond words. Meng Chong was also stunned for a moment before he announced, Tianyun wins this battle. The crowd was in an uproar. It was the first time they had seen someone win like this. Roar! The Tulavir giant wolf puppets growled and turned to walk toward Lu Ming. Wait a minute, Tianyun, my puppet, can you return my puppet to me? Feng Tai shouted. Yours? You must be mistaken. These puppets are clearly mine. If you don't believe me, you can call out to them and see if they'll care about you. Lu Ming said with a smile. I. Feng Tai stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. His face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, these puppets were originally mine. Everyone saw it. Don't you know that this is a trophy? If you have the ability, why don't you take it back? Lu Ming stared at Feng Tai with an unfriendly gaze. Roar! The Tulavir puppets growled and stared at Feng Tai with cold eyes. They bared their teeth as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. Feng Tai was so scared that his face turned pale. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Tulavir puppets into his storage ring. Feng Tai's heart ached so much that it almost bled. The Tulavir puppets, especially the 6 at class 10 of level 6, were as powerful as those at the exceptional spiritual ocean realm. They were also invulnerable and fearless. In a battle, they were even stronger than a warrior at the exceptional spiritual ocean realm. Each one of them was worth a fortune. He had paid a great price to get it, and his heart was bleeding. The price of an inscription scroll of the same grade couldn't be compared to that of a puppet. Inscription scrolls were much easier to make because they could only be used once before disappearing. As for puppets, they could be used for a long time. The process of making them was very complicated and many materials were needed. They were very precious and their price was much higher than inscription talismans of the same grade. His heart ached. Lu Ming was in a good mood and he got off the fighting ring. Many people cast envious looks at Lu Ming from all around. On the other hand, Yan Tongtong and the other paragons of the puppet sect looked grim. They were thinking that if they encountered Lu Ming later on, they could not use the puppet anymore, or they would suffer a huge loss. In this way, Lu Ming successfully entered the top Tulavir. The competition continued, and very quickly, the top 12 were all born. After a short break, they continued the competition to determine the top 6. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was another heaven's favorite from the puppet sect. This person was very powerful and ranked higher than Feng Tai. However, he was trembling with fear when facing Lu Ming. He did not even dare to take out his puppet and only used inscription formations to fight Lu Ming. He was mainly afraid that Lu Ming would take the puppet. How strong could an inscriber who specialized in puppeteers be if he only used formations and not puppets? With a wave of his hand, the 12 giant wolf puppets that he had obtained from Feng Tai charged forward. With the help of Lu Ming's formation, they easily defeated the genius. The man was extremely aggrieved. He majored in puppeteering, but he could not use puppets. Not only that, but he was also surrounded and beaten up by Lu Ming's puppets. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. There was another person who was also extremely depressed. It was Foam Tai. These were his puppets and they were being used by Lu Ming against the enemy. Lu Ming's competition was unique and not intense at all. On the other hand, the other matches were very intense. The dazzling light on the fighting stage was an eye-opener for many people. Very quickly, the top 6 were also announced. Unsurprisingly, Yan Tongtong, Meng Jia, Hu Ming, Lu Ming, and 2 other prodigies made it into the top 6. Next, it was time for the top 3. After entering the top 3, the 4 of them, together with Ji Mai, would compete for the top 3, which was also the quota to enter the Heaven Observation Land. Many people were in high spirits because in this match, Lu Ming, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming would have to fight at least 2 people. The 4 of them were all Heaven's favorites who could control their mental energy fire. They had cultivated to the heart's limit realm and were obviously stronger than the others. Let's continue. The first match, Tianyun vs. Hu Ming. Meng Chong announced loudly. The crowd was shocked and then cheered loudly. Tianyun vs. H. Ming. This was interesting. This time, H. Ming was the biggest dark horse, but Tianyun could also be said to be a dark horse. This was because he had only displayed his powerful martial Dao before, and no one had expected his Dao of inscription to be this powerful. In the battle between 2 dark horses, who was stronger? Moreover, H. Ming was from the Talisman sect. He was not afraid of Lu Ming's array that could cut off other people's puppets. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 of them flew up to the fighting ring. Please, Sky Cloud Zongzi. H. Ming was very polite. He nodded slightly and greeted Lu Ming. He addressed Lu Ming as Zongzi. This was one of the few people in the Talisman sect who addressed Lu Ming this way. Please. Lu Ming nodded and cupped his fists. Ta! Ta! H. Ming was the first to move, and runes appeared on the ground. Instantly, a few formations glowed, and red flames condensed into swords that floated in front of H. Ming. At the same time, light shone in front of him, and a total of 15 inscription scrolls floated around him. The inscription scrolls were opened one by one. A few of the scrolls were for protection, forming a fire shield. Some of them formed a fire dragon. Buzz! Roar! The flaming sword and the flaming dragon attacked Lu Ming. What a powerful flame! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Be it the formations or runes inscribed by H. Ming, they were all flames. Moreover, the temperature of the flames was frighteningly high. Lu Ming felt that it was not inferior to the extreme purple heavenly fire cultivated by the Wang family. Moreover, although an inscriber did not understand the essence realm of heaven and earth, every inscription was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were obtained from nature, so the array that an inscriber inscribed was natural and carried the essence realm of heaven and earth. H. Ming had used a formation to inscribe it, and the flames it ignited were extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped his feet and a blue array flashed on the ground. Entering the top 4. The array that Lu Ming inscribed was different from that of H. Ming. Most of the formations that Hu Ming inscribed were crimson in color, while Lu Ming's was blue. A dragon's roar resounded as a blue flood dragon condensed from the blue formation. It pounced toward H. Ming's sword and the flame flood dragon, clashing with each other. For a time, the rumbling sounds continued, and the fighting ring was filled with a white mist. The array that Lu Ming inscribed was all about water. The attacks they launched were all related to water. Lu Ming stomped his feet and waved his fingers. On the fighting ring, formations emerged one after another. There were water swords, water spears, flood dragons, and tigers formed from water. They pounced at H. Ming. H. Ming was also continuously inscribing formations, and at the same time, he was using the talismans to launch powerful attacks. Of course, HMwenji only shot out blazing flames. It was a battle between water and fire. This Tianyun has learned a lot of things. The formation he inscribed earlier clearly doesn't have anything to do with water. There are other elements. That's right. This Tianyun is truly astonishing. He's an unparalleled prodigy, and not only is his martial Tao powerful, but his Tao of inscription is also astonishing. We've all underestimated him. That's right. With his talent, he's qualified to be a Zongzi candidate. Not bad. An inscriber was actually the same as a warrior. They also had a preference. The inscriptions and formations they mastered were also biased towards a certain type. For example, H. Might was more inclined to fire, so the formations he carved were all fire type. Some people were more inclined to water, ice, lightning, and so on. Furthermore, formations were like martial arts techniques. Many of them were privately passed down, and not everyone could cultivate them. They were like secret skills. The mental energy fire was like a warrior's true essence, while the formation was like a martial technique. Go! Lu Ming took out the puppets he had obtained from Feng Tai. With a wave of his hand, Tulavir puppets roared and charged at H. Ming. As he controlled the puppets, Lu Ming also inscribed the formation. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was controlling Tulavir puppets at the same time and could still inscribe formations continuously without slowing down. This was a little terrifying. How strong was Lu Ming's mental energy? H. Ming's eyes turned serious. With a wave of his hand, another stack of inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. His mental energy fire spread out and continuously activated the inscription scrolls. Attacks were launched at Lu Ming and the puppets. Moreover, H. Ming's inscription scrolls were all at level 6 and level 10, which were very powerful. Amazing, both of them are so amazing. Tianyun and H. Ming's strength is already on par with Yan Tonghua and Meng Jiao. That's right. Any one of them has the strength to enter the top 3. Even many of the older generation nodded in shock. Below the stage, Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, and Meng Jia all had a serious look in their eyes. If water doesn't work, then add ice. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He waved his fingers and an array appeared. The temperature dropped rapidly. Countless ice swords appeared and shot toward H. Ming. Lu Ming's hands moved faster and faster. More and more arrays appeared on the fighting ring and there were more and more attacks. The dense ice swords had already begun to suppress H. Ming's attacks. With the addition of the Tulavir puppets, H. Ming was already at a disadvantage. Fast, it's too fast. How can the speed of the Tianyun inscription formation be so terrifying? Far beyond H. Ming. Cultivation level, Jianyun's cultivation level is higher than H. Ming's. Tianyun has at least reached the middle stage of Heart's Limit. That's terrifying. He's only a rank 6 alchemist, but he's already in the middle stage of Heart Limit. That's amazing. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, the fighting ring was filled with white light and a cold air that seemed to be able to freeze the air. H. Ming had no power to fight back. I admit defeat. H. Ming suddenly shouted. Lu Ming's hands moved and he waved again. The array on the fighting ring disappeared. H. Ming gasped for breath, the mental energy flame between his brows throbbing as he felt waves of fatigue. He had exhausted his mental energy in the battle just now, and he could no longer continue fighting. On the other hand, Lu Ming was calm and composed. It was as if the huge battle just now did not consume much of his energy. Sky Cloud Zongzi's strength and spirit are both impressive. H. Ming is impressed. H. Ming smiled and cupped his hands. You're also very strong. I won by luck. Lu Ming said with a smile. This battle, Tianyun wins. Next battle, Yan Tong vs Zhang Xian. Meng Chong announced. Everyone perked up and watched the next match. Yan Tong was a heaven's favorite from the puppet sect, and Zhang Xian was also a heaven's favorite from the puppet sect. Both of them were very strong, and the battle was very intense. In the fighting ring, a large group of puppets were fighting each other. However, in the end, Yan Tong's psyche was stronger, and his psyche fire was also stronger. He controlled more puppets and defeated Zhang Xian. Then, it was Meng Jia's turn. Meng Jia was also a chosen of the puppet sect, and had won by controlling the puppet army. Just like that, the top three were born. They were Lu Ming, Yan Tong, and Meng Jia. With Ji Mai, they were the strongest four. The four people sized each other up. They only needed to eliminate one more person and they would be able to obtain a spot on the observatory. The four of you will take turns to fight and be ranked according to your battle results. Meng Chong announced. Lu Ming nodded. Usually, the specific ranking would be arranged in this way. It was the fairest way. In this case, each person would have to fight 3 rounds, one against each of the other 3. The first battle, Tianyun vs Yan. Next, Ji Mai vs Meng Jia. Meng Chong announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. The final showdown was finally about to begin. Lu Ming and Yan Huanhua went on stage at the same time and stood opposite each other. Who do you guys think will win if Tianyun and Yan become one? I'm guessing it's Tianyun. Tianyun has a formation that can suppress the puppets. At the same time, Tianyun is extremely powerful himself. The fact that he was able to defeat H. Ming is enough to explain everything. I think so too. Among the 4 of them, only Ji Mai can fight against Tianyun. Yan Tong and Meng Jia might be weaker than him. The people around them started to discuss. However, no one dared to underestimate Lu Ming anymore. Since the start of the competition, Lu Ming had already proven himself. Tianyun, while your formation is bizarre, it definitely has its limitations. It's impossible for you to simply sever the connection between my opponent and the puppet and take it for your own use. It won't be that easy for you to defeat me. Yan Tong said. His eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit. Obviously, a genius like him would not admit defeat so easily. We'll know after the battle. Lu Ming chuckled. Alright, then let's fight. Yan Tong waved his hand, and 15 puppets appeared in front of him. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, and they were all at class 10 level 6. Yan Tong was able to control 15 class 10 level 6 puppets at the same time, which was terrifying. 15 6th level 10th grade puppets pounced on Lu Ming at the same time. The fighting ring rumbled and the momentum was shocking. Crushing spiritual power. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. He looked at the 15 puppets with a calm expression. The puppet was getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. Countless people were looking at Lu Ming on the fighting ring. They knew that Lu Ming was going to use that move again. Was that technique still effective against the assimilation of appearance? Everyone's eyes were fixed on it. Very soon, they would know. Just as the puppets were a few meters away from Lu Ming, he took a step forward and 15 formations appeared on the ground. With a flash of light, 15 figures that looked exactly like Lu Ming appeared. The moment they appeared, they pounced on the 15 puppets. Bang! Bang! As soon as a figure came into contact with a puppet, the figure would explode like a balloon and turn into wisps of inscriptions that spread over the puppet, forming a large array that entered the puppet. Come, I don't believe you can cut off my connection with the puppet. Yan Tong's eyes flickered, and the mental energy fire between his brows was dancing. In front of Lu Ming, the the 15 puppets came to a halt at the same time. They were not moving at all, and their heads were emitting a dazzling light. Lu Ming was cutting off the connection between Yan Hua and the puppet. You want to cut off my mind fire? Impossible. Yan Tongtong roared and stopped all his movements. A blue spiritual fire flickered between his brows, turning into invisible spiritual threads that connected the 15 puppets. Between Lu Ming's eyebrows, there was a blue fire of blood essence that was jumping. He was using an array to cut off the connection between Yan Hua and the puppet. However, Yan Tong's psyche was much stronger than Feng Tai's, and his use of psyche fire had reached the heart's desire realm. His psyche was firm and unyielding, and it was more than 10 times harder to cut it off than Feng Tai. Lu Ming realized that he had encountered strong resistance. You can't stop me. Lu Ming muttered. The mental energy fire between his eyebrows burned even more vigorously, almost materializing. His mental energy surged into the puppet's head and acted on the formation. The puppet's head flickered with dazzling light. I won't lose. Yan Tongtong's eyes were firm as he tried his best to resist. In the end, he even roared, and spiritual rings appeared above his head. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue. There were 6 spiritual rings. The first 4 rings had 8 light spots on each of them. The green and blue spiritual rings behind them had 7 light spots each. This meant that Yan Tong had lit up 8 lamps in the first 4 levels, while level 5 and level 6 had lit up 7 lamps each. If Yan Tong could not light up the 8th lamp of spirit at level 6, then his next step would be to break through to level 7. The first 4 levels lit up 8 spirit lamps, while the 5th and 6th levels lit up 7. Such a result was already very impressive. The spirit ring appeared, causing Yan Tong's spirit energy to increase greatly. His spirit energy surged into the puppet like a tide. Roar! Roar! The 15 puppets roared and their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were about to be controlled by Yan Tong again. It seems like Tianyan's formation requires a powerful mental energy to cut off the connection between the puppet and the opponent. At this time, the others also saw the secret behind it. This is normal. Otherwise, if it can cut off the connection between others and the puppet at will and take the puppet for itself, then this kind of formation is too heaven-defying and unreasonable. Many people nodded. However, they were still staring at the fighting ring unblinkingly. They wanted to see if Lu Ming could successfully suppress Yan Tongtong. If he could not take Yan Tongtong's puppet, they would have to fight him head-on. It would be hard to say who would win. Yan Tonghua, you can't block it. The smile on Lu Ming's face grew wider. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be glowing with a blue light. Buzz! Suddenly, rings appeared above his head, spirit rings. Tianyun has released his spirit circle. Let's see how many spirit lamps he has lit up. Wait, this, nest, fuck, my eyes are blurry, my eyes are blurry, why do I see that the first 5 rings all have 10 spirit lamps? My eyes are also blurry. Damn, why are my eyes blurry? Why did I see him light 10 spirit lamps? Can you help me see how many he lit? The first 5 levels all had 10, and the 6th level had 5. What? Why did you see the same thing as me? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? I saw the same thing. Me too. The scene was in a mess. Almost no one could believe what they had just seen, subconsciously thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, when everyone gave the same answer, they were stunned. The entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes and mouths opened wider and wider. They couldn't help but feel like they were being sucked in by a gust of wind. For the first 5 levels to have 10 mind lamps lit up, that was too terrifying. He had achieved perfection in all of them. Was he still human? In the tens of thousands of years of talisman amulet sect history, the only person who could achieve such results was Emperor Liaozong. Now, there was one more. As for the sixth level, there were only 5 light spots. That was because Lu Ming had yet to reach the peak of this level. God, this was simply a monster. It was no wonder that the leaders of the 2 sects and the elders would let Lu Ming become a Zongzi candidate. With such talent, wasn't it normal for him to become a Zongzi candidate? In the crowd, Su Ri, Guan Rong, Feng Tai, and the others who had been beaten up by Lu Ming were all tongue-tied and stood there in a daze, completely speechless. It turned out that their enemy was such a monster. At this moment, they were secretly glad that they were still alive. They were on a completely different level from Lu Ming. Forget it, it's not wise to be enemies with such a monster. Sunrise shook his head and sighed. He had thought of taking revenge on Lu Ming in the future, but now, he had completely given up on that thought. Feng Tai, Guan Rong, and the other heaven's favorites also shook their heads and sighed. They admitted that they were unlucky. Who asked them to be blind? Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and H Ming all widened their eyes in shock. It's not an injustice that I lost to him. H Ming laughed. On the other side, Bai Chishua's little mouth was wide open. This fellow has kept me in the dark for so long. Bai Chishua thought. Many of the talisman amulet sect's elders, who did not know about this beforehand, were also shocked to the extreme. They looked at Bai Shijin and the rest who were smiling in the sky. They finally understood that the elders had long known about Lu Ming's talent. On the fighting stage, Yan Tongtong was even more shocked and dumbfounded. Even his spiritual ring was shaking. Boom! Lu Ming's mental energy gushed out like a tsunami and surged into the puppets. Yan Tongtong was shocked. How could he resist it? Lu Ming cut off the connection between him and the puppets. The 15 puppets were completely under Lu Ming's control. Using one's body to inscribe the formation. Roar! Roar! The puppets' roar jolted everyone's spirits, and they recovered from their shock. Tianyun, I've lost. Yan Tong's shock turned into a deep sigh. At the scene, many people also sighed in their hearts. It was normal for Yan Tongtong to lose. It was not that Yan Tongtong was not strong, but Lu Ming was simply too monstrous. The array that he had mastered could even restrain him. After Yan Tonghua admitted defeat, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Ming shouted. Anything else? Yan Tongtong turned around. Your puppet. Lu Ming smiled and pointed at the 15 puppets. Yan Tongtong was stunned for a moment, then he cupped his fists and said, many thanks. With a wave of his hand, he kept the puppet and walked down the fighting ring. Not bad, not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few elders nodded. He even returned the puppet to Yan Tonghua after he won. This proved that Lu Ming was not a person who would covet petty gains. He was upright and honest. Previously, he had defeated Feng Tai and subdued Feng Tai's puppet because Feng Tai had offended Lu Ming in the past and held a grudge against him. Since there was a grudge, of course he had to teach her a lesson. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chang's announcement won him a round of cheers. Tianyun, Tianyun, I love you. A loud cheer came from somewhere, and everyone looked over to see a group of young women. The girls' eyes lit up as they looked at the elegant Lu Ming on the fighting ring and shouted. Lu Ming had a delicate and pretty face to begin with. In addition to his dual cultivation in inscription and martial arts, he had a special temperament and a unique charm. To young women, he was very attractive. At this moment, Lu Ming had displayed his unparalleled talent. Naturally, he attracted the attention of a large number of young women. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He walked down the fighting ring, causing countless young men around him to cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes at him. After Lu Ming came down, Ji Mai and Meng Jia stepped onto the fighting ring. The scene quieted down, and everyone's eyes returned to the fighting ring. Ji Mai's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was higher than Meng Jia's, but that was a few years ago. Now, it was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Countless people were curious, wondering if Meng Jia could fight Ji Mai. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them started fighting. Meng Jia was also a prodigy of the puppet sect. She summoned 15 puppets in one go, which were all at tier 10 of level 6, just like Yan Tongtong. However, Meng Jia's puppets were much smaller. They were puppets that looked like snow-white eagles. The snow-white condor was emitting a cold aura. Its wings were like ice blades, dancing in the air and vaguely forming an array. Then, it slashed at Ji Mai. Ji Mai's face was calm. He took a few steps and a formation appeared on the ground. A sharp golden sword light burst out from the formation and slashed at the snow-white eagles. And NBSP, at the same time, talismans appeared around him. As his mind power flowed, the talismans opened, and an endless golden light exploded. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out in the fighting ring. The snow-white condor puppet's wings were like blades as it continuously collided with the golden sword radiance, causing violent rumbles. Buzz! With a wave of Ji Mai's hand, a row of inscription scrolls flew out. After they were activated, the sky was filled with golden sword light. They descended from the sky and slashed down at Meng Jia. Meng Jia shouted and waved her hands. 3 puppets flew back and formed a formation, protecting her. Ji Mai couldn't rush in at all. For a moment, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. It seems like Ji Mai can't defeat Meng Jia. That's right, the two of them are evenly matched. Meng Jia's strength is definitely not weaker than Yan Tongtong's, but she can't be stronger either. Does that mean that Tianyun will be able to obtain first place this time? It's hard to say. Ji Mai is from Talisman sect. Tianyun can't restrain him. It's hard to say if he hasn't fought him before. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. Lu Ming was also looking at it seriously. He frowned slightly and his gaze fell on Ji Mai. He had a feeling that Ji Mai wasn't that simple. Ji Mai gave him a dangerous feeling. Ji Mai still had a killer move that he hadn't used. At this moment, Ji Mai waved his hand and all the scrolls that had not been activated were kept away. The others were stunned. Ji Mai kept the inscription scroll. Was he going to admit defeat? Or was he afraid that if he continued to fight, he would consume too many inscription scrolls and lose more than he gained? The puppets of the puppet sect could fight for a long time. The Talisman sect used inscription scrolls. If they could not defeat their opponent in one fell swoop, they would suffer great losses. It was normal for Ji Mai to admit defeat after a long battle. Ji Mai, are you going to admit defeat? Meng Jia said. Fight. Ji Mai's answer was simple. Then I won't be polite. Meng Jia continued to control the puppet and pounced at Ji Mai. When Meng Jia's puppet got close to Ji Mai's hand was like a sword. He slashed out and a dazzling sword light burst out, as if it could split the sky in half. Bang! The sword light accurately hit a large condor puppet. One of the puppet's wings was cut into 2, and it was sent flying far away. At the same time, Ji Mai's palm struck out and the sword light was sent out. Bang! Bang! Several eagle puppets were sent flying in succession, suffering serious injuries. What a terrifying power! A class 10 lever 6 puppet was extremely hard, but it was cut in half by the sword light. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Martial arts technique. No, it's a formation. I'm carving the formation with my body. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. His gaze fell on Ji Mai. At first, he thought it was a martial skill, but after a closer look, he knew it wasn't. At this moment, inscriptions appeared on Ji Mai's skin, forming a mysterious array. It gave off a terrifying aura that was beyond the level of the spirit sea. Using my body to inscribe the formation, I'm inscribing the formation with my body. Many people cried out in shock. It is indeed a formation carved with one's body. Ji Mai should be carving a level 7 killing formation, the Golden Light 10,000 killing formation. An elder spoke. He's actually using his body to inscribe a formation. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Using one's own body to inscribe a formation, as the name suggested, was to inscribe the formation into one's physical body and completely integrate it with one's physical body. This would make the physical body itself a killing formation. This was completely different from the quintessential essence explosion formation that Lu Ming had inscribed on his body in the past to conceal his aura. The arrays that Lu Ming inscribed were all auxiliary arrays. They were only temporarily left on the surface of the body. After a period of time, when the energy was exhausted, they would naturally disappear. However, carving a formation with one's body was different. It was to completely carve the formation into the depths of one's body and merge it with the body. The body was the formation, and the formation was the body. This was extremely terrifying. As long as his mental energy fire was strong, his physical body could unleash the power of the array at any time. The last battle. Take Ji Mai for example. He had inscribed a level 7 array formation, the Golden Light 10,000 killing array. This array formation was very powerful even among level 7 array formations and could kill spirit embryo realm experts. However, it was too difficult and extremely dangerous to inscribe a formation with one's body. How powerful was the killing formation? If one wasn't careful, they would be killed and their bodies would be reduced to ashes. No one expected Ji Mai to be able to inscribe a formation with his body. It should be an incomplete formation. It's not complete yet. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Some of the older generation saw through the situation. Many people nodded. That should be the case. If it was a complete formation, Meng Jia's puppet would probably be crushed to pieces with a single sword strike. It would definitely not just be severely injured. However, even if it was not the complete Golden Light 10,000 killing array, it was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was difficult for a rank 6 alchemist's spiritual power to unleash the full power of a rank 7 formation. If Ji Mai can complete the formation and inscribe the complete Golden Light 10,000 killing formation, his combat strength will be extremely shocking. He will be able to fight against the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. That's right. If I perfect the array and become a level 7 alchemist, it will be even more powerful. Many people were discussing. Meng Jia, do you still want to fight? Ji Mai's eyes were shining with a sharp light, as if there was a sword light flashing in his eyes. You actually completed carving the formation with your body. I'm impressed. I'm not your match. This battle is meaningless. I admit defeat. Meng Jia directly admitted defeat. Meng Jia admitted defeat and Meng Chong announced Ji Mai's victory. Next, Meng Chong announced the second round. Tian Yun assimilated with Meng Jia, and Ji Mai assimilated with Yen. Meng Chong seemed to have intentionally left Ji Mai and Tian Yun for the last. I admit defeat in this battle. In the fighting ring, Meng Jia faced Lu Ming and admitted defeat. Her mental energy was on par with Yen Tong's. If she fought with Lu Ming, he would definitely take the puppet away in the end. There was no point in fighting. Her final battle was to compete with Yen Tongtong for third place. As expected, Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia had the same thoughts and admitted defeat when they faced Ji Mai. He knew that he was no match for Ji Mai, so he might as well save his psyche and fight Meng Jia. At this point, Tian Yun and Ji Mai had won both of their battles and had already locked in the top 3 spots, locking in the spot for the observatory. In the third round, Yen Tong will fight Meng Jia, and Tianyun will fight Ji Mai," Meng Chong announced. The atmosphere became even more heated. The competition had finally reached the final round. These two matches were able to arouse the curiosity in everyone's heart. Yan Tongtong and Meng Jia, the two paragons of the puppet sect, were only a few places apart on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who was stronger? Ji Mai and Tianyun were the most interesting. Ji Mai had actually mastered the extremely difficult and dangerous technique of carving formations with his body. His combat power was extremely strong. Tianyun, the dark horse, seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The moment he appeared, he was appointed as a Zongzi candidate by the two sect leaders and the elders. This shocked the entire Mount Liangyi. Earlier, he had displayed a terrifying martial arts combat strength. The talent and inscription that was revealed in the competition this time was also extremely shocking. Between Lu Ming and Ji Mai, who was stronger? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Under everyone's anticipation, the competition began. First, it was Yan Tongtong and Meng Jia who were fighting for third place. The two of them were both puppets. As soon as the battle began, it was incomparably intense. The collisions between the puppets were violent, direct, and brutal, causing thunderous rumbles to ring out continuously. Both of them had similar spiritual power and the same level of their spiritual fire. They were both in the early stage of heart limit. It could be said that they were evenly matched. The two of them fought for a full half an hour. In the end, Yan Tong, who was more tenacious, won by a slight advantage. In this way, Yan Tongtong finally secured the third place. Then, the last battle between Tianyu and Ji Mai began. The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. Who do you guys think will win, Tianyun or Ji Mai? Now it seems like Ji Mai has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has cultivated the Golden Light 10,000 killing formation. It's so powerful that no one can resist it. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Tianyun's methods are varied and he's skilled in many formations. Furthermore, his psyche is extremely powerful. Who knows if he has other tricks up his sleeve? That's true. This match is going to be interesting. Gradually, the noise around them quieted down, and the crowd stared at the two people on the fighting ring. Tianyun, I will not hold back in this battle. Be careful. Ji Mai reminded. That's exactly what I want, you can just attack as much as you want. Lu Ming smiled and stared at Ji Mai. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from Ji Mai's body. Dense runes appeared on his skin. Whoosh! Ji Mai waved his hand and a terrifying sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and 12 puppets appeared. They roared and rushed towards Ji Mai. Bang! A giant wolf puppet at class 9 lever 6 was cut in half by the sword light, but the other puppets didn't stop and continued to attack. At the same time, Lu Ming stomped his feet and waved his hands, starting to inscribe an array on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ji Mai waved his hands and beams of sword light flashed. Lu Ming controlled the puppets to attack and block the sword light. Among the 12 puppets, 6 of them were at class 9 lever 6, and they were quickly cut in half and turned into scrap metal. The other 6 were at class 10 lever 6, and were severely injured. However, it managed to hold them off for a full 10 breaths, buying enough time for Lu Ming to inscribe the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large formation appeared around Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled and thunder rumbled. The endless sword chi shot towards Ji Mai. It was a top-grade level 6 formation technique, the sword howling thunder formation. Many people were shocked. They did not expect Lu Ming to be able to inscribe a top-tier level 6 formation in just 10 breaths. Break! Ji Mai shouted and waved his hands. The inscriptions on his body glowed and a terrifying aura spread out. The sword radiance slashed violently, clashing with the sword howling thunder formation. At the same time, Lu Ming continued to inscribe the formation. Although the thunderous sword formation was strong, it was still unable to fight against Ji Mai. Soon, the formation was broken by Ji Mai. However, in the next moment, another formation of Lu Ming appeared. Countless vines, lush and green, wrapped around Ji Mai. It was another top-tier level 6 formation. Ji Mai's sword flashed and countless sword chi rumbled as he slashed at the vines. However, the vines were extremely tough and he couldn't cut them at all. By the time Ji Mai broke the formation, Lu Ming had already finished inscribing the other two top-notch level 6 formations and was waiting for him. Too fast, Tianyun's formation carving speed is too fast. That's right. His usage of mental energy fire is not as simple as the early stage of Heart's Will. It feels even more terrifying than the middle stage of Heart's Will. It can't be. Could it be that he has already reached the late stage of Heart Limit? That's a realm that only a 7th rank advanced alchemist can reach. Many people speculated that Lu Ming's mental energy fire was at a very high level and they were extremely shocked. Getting approval. Golden light 10,000 kill. Ji Mai shouted. The inscriptions on his body became even more dazzling. Even his eyes were emitting sword chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a killing formation. Endless sword light burst out from his body. It was as if every inch of his skin could burst out sword light. It was like a moving level 7 array that was charging toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard. The two top-notch level 6 formations that Lu Ming had set up were destroyed by Ji Mai in an instant. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His feet and hands did not stop at all, and runes continued to fill the air. Buzz! Another top-notch grade level 6 formation appeared, but Ji Mai strode forward. Wherever he passed by, he destroyed everything. Sword chi was everywhere and it was extremely powerful. At this moment, Ji Mai's combat strength was no weaker than an ordinary first-level spirit embryo realm martial artist. A peak grade level 6 formation was destroyed in just a few breaths. Tianyun is going to be defeated. A peak grade 6 formation is simply unable to stop him. That's right. The time he took to inscribe the formation is not as long as the time Ji Mai took to destroy it. He is already at a disadvantage and can't hold on for much longer. It's a pity that Tianyun didn't seem to have made sufficient preparations before taking part in the competition. Didn't you all notice? He didn't prepare any puppets, nor did he prepare any inscription scrolls. Indeed. If we're well prepared, we might be able to fight. Other people, such as the puppet sect, would prepare many puppets before participating in the competition. The talisman sect would also inscribe many inscription talismans. However, Lu Ming did not seem to have any. Lu Ming was indeed not prepared. He did have some inscription scrolls, but the highest was only at stage 6 and stage 9, which was not very useful. Bang! Another top-tier level 6 formation was destroyed by Ji Mai. Tianyun, just admit defeat. You're not my match. Ji Mai's voice came. Oh, really? This is exactly what I wanted to say. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and suddenly stopped inscribing inscriptions. Around them, many people were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly stopped. From what he said, it seemed that he wanted to ask Ji Mai to admit defeat. What was going on? This guy. Some of the spiritual god realm elders' eyes flickered as if they had seen through something. They were extremely surprised. Then let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Ji Mai strode forward and charged towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming took a light step forward. Buzz! On the fighting ring, a huge array appeared. In the midst of the dazzling light, countless pillars of fire shot out. The pillars of fire crisscrossed and formed a huge cage, trapping Ji Mai within. Sword radiance burst out from Ji Mai's body and slashed at the fire pillars. There was a loud bang, but the fire pillars did not move at all. He couldn't cut it. A level 7 formation. Ji Mai's expression changed. A level 7 formation array, it's a level 7 formation array heavenly fire prison. Someone shouted, recognizing this formation. Heavens! When did Tianyun inscribe a grade 7 formation? He must have inscribed it when he was inscribing the level 6 formation. Amazing, he inscribed the level 7 formation while inscribing the level 6 formation. He used those level 6 formations to stop Ji Mai and perfected the level 7 formation. This is too terrifying. And NBSP, many people in the surroundings began to roar in shock. It was already an impressive feat for a level 6 alchemist to inscribe a level 7 array. However, Lu Ming had completed it in a great battle. He had completed it step by step in a great battle with a powerful opponent like Ji Mai. The short time he took was shocking. This was a complete level 7 formation heavenly fire prison. The formation that Ji Mai carved with his body was incomplete and could not unleash its full power. It could not break Lu Ming's formation at all. Ji Mai, how is it? Lu Ming stood outside the array and his voice was heard. The light on Ji Mai's body dimmed and he sighed, I admit defeat. He knew that Lu Ming had gone easy on him. If Lu Ming had inscribed a level 7 killing array, he would have been defeated and killed. The heavenly fire prison was only a trap formation to trap him. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, with a wave of his hand, the inscriptions were hidden, and the fire pillar disappeared. Tianyun wins this battle. Meng Chong announced. With Meng Chong's announcement, the square was in an uproar. Clearly, this result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Before the competition began, no one had expected such a result. In the sky, Bai Shijin stood up from his seat and pressed his hands in the air. All the voices in the hall quieted down. I hereby announce that the champion of this competition is Tianyun. Bai Shijin's voice was like a hurricane, spreading throughout the entire area. Tianyun, Tianyun. In a certain area, a group of beautiful women were screaming loudly, their faces red with excitement. Also, Tianyun is the Zongzi candidate. Do you have any objections? Bai Shijin's voice was heard again. The entire place suddenly fell silent. All eyes were focused on Lu Ming again. Their gazes were a little complicated. Tianyun was such a genius, what else could they say? This time, he had already proven himself with his own strength. Not only was he a monster in martial arts, but even his Tao of inscription was so terrifying. How many people could there be in the world? Sky Cloud Zongzi. Suddenly, a loud shout reverberated through the entire area. It was by Qishue. She raised her hand and shouted. Sky Cloud Zongzi. Sky Cloud Zongzi. In a certain area, a group of women screamed loudly. This time, the shouts grew louder and louder, gradually drawing the attention of the others. Be it a few young male disciples, female disciples, or even some of the older generation, everyone was shouting the words, Sky Cloud Zongzi. In the crowd, Sunrise, Feng Tai, and the others had extremely complicated expressions. Before the competition, they were prepared to humiliate Lu Ming in the competition to avenge their defeat. But what happened in the end? In the 3 rounds of the competition, not only did they fail to humiliate Lu Ming, but they were also humiliated by him. In the end, the halo around Lu Ming became even more dazzling and dazzling. In comparison, they were like fireflies. There was no way to compare. Sky Cloud Zongzi. They laughed bitterly, and finally, they joined the crowd in shouting. Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, his gaze was very calm and his heart was calm. He was very clear about his goal. Right now, he could only be considered to have obtained the preliminary approval of the Talisman Amulet sect. However, this was only the beginning. He was still far from being able to truly gain the support of these people. This was especially true for the elders in the sky. His goal was the battle of karmic luck. His true goal was to be the champion of the battle of providence. Only by doing so could he gain a firm foothold on Mount Liangyi and the Talisman Amulet sect. Only then could he truly obtain the support of this force. Chapter 891 Entering the Heaven Observation Ground. In the sky, Bai Shijin's lips curled into a smile. This guy seems to be very optimistic about Lu Ming. At the side, Du Songjue's eyes flickered. He knew that Bai Shijin was trying to build up momentum for Lu Ming, but he did not refute or stop him. "Alright, I'm done." At this moment, Bai Shijin's voice was heard again, and the scene became quiet. "I hereby announce the results of this competition. First place, Tianyun. Second place, Ji Mai. Third place, Yen Tongtong." Bai Shijin announced. Then, he changed his tone and said, "Originally, the plan to enter the observatory this time was to have 3 spots. However, because many geniuses have emerged this time and the quality is very high, and the battle of providence is approaching, the elders and I have decided to increase the number of spots to 5. Other than Tian Yun, Ji Mai, and Yen Tonghua, Meng Jia and Hu Ming can also enter the observatory. Alright, the competition is over. You guys can rest for a while and enter the observatory tomorrow." Bai Shijin's voice fell, and the competition ended. As for Meng Jia and H. Ming, they were naturally overjoyed. The other people at the scene also cast envious looks at them. "Tianyun, so you're actually this powerful?" Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Let's go." Lu Ming held Bai Qixue's hand and flew towards the direction of the Cloud Peak house. There was a group of young women swarming towards Lu Ming from one direction. Lu Ming ran away immediately. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, the two finally slowed down. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that he was holding a small, cold hand. He turned around and saw Bai Qixue looking at him with her big eyes, blushing. Lu Ming hurriedly let go and said, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry just now." "In a moment of urgency, or taking the opportunity to take advantage of me?" Bai Qixue smiled. Lu Ming coughed a few times in embarrassment. "Why are you running so fast? Don't you feel good with so many beautiful women chasing after you? You must be secretly proud of yourself, right?" Bai Qixue joked. "I'm not, I already have someone I like." Lu Ming smiled. Xian Yanqing's figure flashed across his mind. He wondered how she was doing. She should have returned to the ancient sage dynasty in the central continent. "Oh. Is that so?" Bai Qixue's face stiffened when she heard that Lu Ming already had someone in his heart. A trace of disappointment and sadness flashed in her eyes, but it was only for a moment. Then, she smiled again and said, "She must be very beautiful to be valued by you, right?" "Yeah, it's very beautiful." Lu Ming smiled and then looked at Bai Qixue with a smile. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me. Go, don't be so smug." Bai Qixue's face turned red in an instant. Then, she glared at Lu Ming and said, "You're still far from being able to make me like you. If it's a prodigy like Lu Ming, that's more like it." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ming could not stop coughing. "What's wrong with you?" Bai Qixue asked. "My throat is uncomfortable, but I'm fine." Lu Ming was spouting nonsense. "No way. You're so strong in martial arts. Why would your throat feel uncomfortable?" Bai Qixue was surprised. "I'm fine. Let's go back to Cloud Peak House first." Lu Ming changed the topic and walked towards Yun Feng house. The next day, Lu Ming arrived at the peak of a mountain. There was a huge altar on the peak. Ji Mai, Yan Tong Tong, Meng Jia, and Hu Ming were also with them. In addition, there were also Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other elders. Now, we'll open the passage to the observatory. You can go and cultivate. However, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, you will be transported back. So, in this 1 month, you must make the best use of your time to cultivate. Bai Shijin warned. Yes. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. They knew very well that in order to open the path to the observatory and maintain it for a month, they would need to consume a terrifying amount of raw stones. Furthermore, the more people who entered, the more resources they would need to consume. Therefore, the quota to enter the observatory was extremely precious. Before this, only the 13 Zongzis had entered. In the past, only 3 people from each generation could enter, because the consumption was too great. Now that the battle of karmic luck had arrived, and this generation was the golden age, more people would be allowed to enter. After which, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the 3 elders, a total of 5 people, surrounded the huge altar and began to inscribe inscriptions. Countless raw gemstones flew out of their hands and were swallowed by the altar. Buzz! A moment later, the altar glowed brightly and countless inscriptions interweaved. A huge vortex suddenly appeared on it. The passage is open. Hurry up and enter. Bai Shijin shouted. Lu Ming's group of 5 did not dare to delay. They stepped onto the altar and rushed into the vortex. Of course, Dandan did not follow them. She was thrown to Yun Peak House by Lu Ming. He felt dizzy. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing on a platform. The platform was suspended in the air, about 2 meters wide. Lu Ming looked around and realized that he seemed to be in the starry sky of the universe. There was an endless starry sky in all directions and a vast starry sky below him. There was only a platform floating in the sky. On his left and right, Lu Ming saw 2 platforms. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the other 2 were on 1 platform each. They were looking around in surprise. In front of him was a vast river. It was extremely majestic and seemed to cross the entire starry sky, extending from one end of the universe to the other. This is the inscription law. Lu Ming was shocked. This was not the first time he had seen the inscription law. In the past, he had seen it through mental cultivation methods and in a meditative state, but now, he seemed to be really close to the inscription laws. With a single thought, he could feel the vast power of inscription in front of him. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was throbbing violently. The observatory, it was indeed the observatory. To actually be able to observe the inscription laws at such a close distance, it was truly inconceivable. At such a close distance, how fast would he be able to absorb the power of inscription? At this moment, Ji Mai and the other 3 were already sitting cross-legged, circulating their mental energy fire cultivation method and starting to absorb the power of inscription. The rich power of inscription kept pouring into Ji Mai and the other 3, as if it had turned into 4 light pillars, enveloping the 4. What a dense power of inscription! Lu Ming sighed. Then, without further ado, he sat down cross-legged and activated the meditation. Buzz! In an instant, he felt that he had connected with the inscription law. A bright beam of light descended from the inscription law and enveloped Lu Ming. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the other 2 opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They realized that the light pillar on Lu Ming's body, which was condensed by the power of inscription, was more than 10 times stronger than theirs. What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? It's so terrifying. The 4 of them were shocked. The mental visualization that they cultivated was already the best in the talisman amulet sect. However, Lu Ming's seemed to be even more amazing than theirs. After a while, they collected their thoughts and continued to cultivate. Chapter 892 Rapid Improvement. Lu Ming had no other thoughts in his mind. He was fully focused on the meditation of the underworld. He could feel that there was a continuous influx of rich power of inscription from the top of his head, which was transformed into mental fire. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was constantly strengthened. Lu Ming had already lit up 5 blue spirit lamps. The 5th one had already reached its peak and the flames were intense. Now, not long after, Lu Ming's mental energy fire became more and more exuberant. Then, the 6th mental energy lamp emitted a small blue flame. The 6th blue lamp of spirit was lit. It was too fast to cultivate on the observatory. It only took a few hours, which was comparable to Lu Ming's half a month of hard work. The training continued. Lu Ming could feel that his mental energy fire was growing stronger. Time passed day by day, and the 5 of them were all immersed in cultivation. They were not the only ones. In the entire Eastern Barren Territory, or even the entire Divine Wilderness continent, all the young geniuses and elites were immersed in their cultivation. The battle of Providence was getting closer and closer, and everyone was doing their best to improve their strength. All the major forces had also opened up their resources, and everyone was improving rapidly. Especially those heaven's favorites at the top, their improvement is even more shocking. The strong would become stronger. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. The other 4 also stopped their cultivation and opened their eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and satisfaction. It was obvious that they had all made great progress in the past month. Lu Ming's mind flickered and he realized that 9 blue spirit lamps were burning in his sea of consciousness. His mental energy was surging and exuberant. In a month's time, he had lit up 4 spirit lamps. It was truly shocking. After all, it was extremely difficult to light up 6 lamps at each level. He didn't know what kind of results Ji Mai and the others had obtained, they must have gained a lot. At this moment, a strong tearing force pulled the 5 of them. In an instant, their bodies disappeared, and the platform they were sitting on disappeared without a trace. Buzz! With a flash of light, he found himself back on the altar. Bai Shijin and the others stood around him. All right, a month has passed. I'm sure you've all gained a lot. Go back and digest it. Bai Shijin laughed. Immediately, Lu Ming and the rest bade farewell to Bai Shijin and the rest and returned to their respective places. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak house and found Bai Qixue inscribing inscription scrolls in the yard. After a while, Bai Qixue was done and found Lu Ming. How is it? The trip to the observatory must have been a great harvest. Bai Qixue showed a bit of envy. Which talisman sect disciple wouldn't be envious of entering the observatory? It's all right. Do you have any questions about your cultivation during this period of time? Lu Ming said. Yes, Master has been very busy recently and has no time to guide me. I can only rely on you. Bai Qixue chuckled and told him all her doubts. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and shared his understanding. The 2 of them started to discuss. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to his room and started to think about the direction of his cultivation. There were only 3 months left until the Battle of Karmic Luck. Now, his Tao of inscription had reached a sufficiently high level. It would be difficult to make a big improvement in a short period of time. Lu Ming had to spend all his time and effort on martial arts. I need to find a place with many demonic beasts. I can hunt demonic beasts and devour their blood essence to improve my bloodline. I can also borrow the strength of the demonic beasts to temper my intent and comprehend my martial arts. Lu Ming was deep in thought. After that, he took out a portion of demonic beast blood essence and began to devour and refine it. He hadn't even refined the blood essence he had bought last time. This time, He used all of it to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. After awakening the 9-dragon claws, the amount of blood essence required was shockingly high. After refining 50 sets of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence and 50 sets of 8th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence, the 9-dragon bloodline had only advanced by 1 level, reaching tier 2 of the divine level. As his 9-dragon bloodline advanced, another dragon power was born in his bloodline. There were 2 dragon powers in total. 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming walked out of his room and asked Bai Qixue if there was a suitable place to cultivate. Bai Qixue thought for a while and found a suitable place. The Feral Secret Realm. This was a secret realm controlled by the Talisman sect. It could be considered a medium-sized dimension. There were primitive forests everywhere, and countless demonic beasts were nurtured. These demonic beasts were very primitive. They might have never come into contact with humans, so they could not speak human language or take human form. They maintained their most primitive beast form. This was undoubtedly very suitable for Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming bade farewell to Bai Qixue and headed to the entrance of the secret realm of beasts. There were many people at the entrance. Many Talisman sect disciples and even the older generation entered to hunt demonic beasts. After all, an inscriber needed all kinds of materials. In the ferocious beast secret realm, killing demonic beasts not only gave them materials, but also blood essence, which was wealth. Sky Cloud. It's Sky Cloud Zongzi. Sky Cloud Zongzi. Many people hurriedly greeted Lu Ming when he arrived. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. With Lu Ming's status, it was naturally easy for him to enter the ferocious beast's secret realm. Endless mountains and forests came into view. The roars of demonic beasts came from the distance. It was a scene of wilderness. This is a good place. It's very primitive and should be a mystic realm that has just been developed. I can smell the fragrance of countless spiritual herbs. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, her head constricting and her small eyes glowing. In all directions, people continued to fly forward and enter the wild mountains. Let's go. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards the savage mountain. Lu Ming did not stop. He flew deeper and deeper. According to Bai Qixue, the ferocious beast secret realm was indeed a secret realm that the Talisman sect had discovered not long ago. It had not been 10 years and its development was limited. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic beasts would be. There were even quite a few existences at the spirit embryo realm and above in the depths. Before long, Lu Ming was 1,000,000 miles deep. He could already see other people's figures. Roar! A 7 to 8 meter tall, 30 meter long giant lizard rushed out of the forest and pounced at Lu Ming. The air was filled with ferocity, exuding a powerful aura. The peak of the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear formed in his palm. With a swing, the long spear shot out like lightning. 4 concepts of heaven and earth swirled around it. Puchi. The long spear pierced through the giant lizard's head, leaving a bull-sized bloody hole. The giant lizard roared and its huge body smashed into the forest, crushing a large area of ancient trees. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and aimed at the giant lizard. A terrifying devouring power erupted. The next moment, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Heaven-defying devouring power. Under the devouring of the 9-dragon bloodline, the giant lizard's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the giant lizard turned into a dry skeleton. All of its blood essence, blood, demonic power, and life essence were devoured and deprived by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming could feel the surging energy in the 9 dragons' bloodline, all kinds of energy. How could this be? It actually devoured all the energy of a giant lizard. This is too overbearing. Could it be because he has awakened the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This was the first time he had devoured a demonic beast's corpse ever since his 9-dragon bloodline had advanced to the divine level and transformed into the 9-clawed form. Before this, he had only bought the blood essence to devour and had not tried it yet. Previously, he had only felt that the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had been greatly enhanced, but he had not expected it to be so overbearing. Lu Ming, it seems like you've brought out the full potential of that kid, Jiulong. Dandan said. The talent of the 9 dragons? Lu Ming was puzzled. Yes, the most powerful talent of the 9 dragons is to devour everything. All energy will be devoured and turned into their own use. It's extremely terrifying. Dandan explained. Devour everything and turn it into your own. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to refine. Lu Ming began to refine the various energies within the 9 dragon bloodlines. The blood essence was still converted into the power of the bloodline and absorbed by the 9 dragon bloodlines. Other energies such as blood, life essence, demonic energy, and so on were all refined into essential core and surged into Lu Ming's spirit ocean. Instantly, Lu Ming's essential core was enhanced. After a long while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise. And NBSP, it was really too overbearing. All the other energy had been turned into true yuan and blood essence to increase his bloodline power. Not a single bit was wasted. In that case, he would not even need to use raw gemstones for his cultivation in the future. I didn't expect that the bloodline of the 9 dragons would have such a heaven-defying ability after being fully awakened. I'll try hunting demonic beasts again. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flashed as he began to search for demonic beasts to kill. He killed several demonic beasts in a row, but it was all the same. Whether it was the blood essence, demonic power, life essence, etc., they were all devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and turned into his own energy. It was extremely domineering. Amazing. If I wasn't trapped by the essence realm of heaven and earth, my cultivation would have improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Ming pondered and continued to move forward, looking for powerful demonic beasts to kill. Not long after, they had gone another few 100,000 li. Ow! With a loud roar, the space trembled and a huge staff whipped toward Lu Ming. No, it was not a giant stick, but the trunk of a giant elephant. The elephant was as large as a mountain and covered in fur. With a flick of its nose, the space trembled, causing Lu Ming to feel immense pressure. A level 7 demonic beast. This was a level 7 demonic beast that was equivalent to the spirit embryo realm. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard and Lu Ming instantly burst out with dragon energy. Densely packed scales appeared on Lu Ming's skin. Boom! He punched out and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The fist and the nose of the colossus collided, resulting in an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging towards him, and his body was sent flying backward uncontrollably. However, the elephant's trunk was also sent flying by him. The elephant roared, shaking the sky. The first tier of the 7th level is equivalent to the first tier of the spirit embryo realm. I can put up a fight. Lu Ming stopped in the air, his eyes glistening. This giant elephant had immense strength but it was not ridiculously strong. Lu Ming could fight it. Buzz! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, his figure like a stream of light, and rushed toward the giant elephant. The elephant howled and swung its trunk at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's body shifted, changing his position in the air and successfully avoiding the elephant's attack. He appeared above the elephant's head and stomped on its head. Bang! Lu Ming used all his strength in this kick. The prison-suppressing heavenly art was activated to its maximum power, which was equivalent to a high-grade demigod martial technique. With this kick, it landed on the head of the giant elephant. Boom! With a violent boom, the elephant's head caved in, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Ow! The giant elephant wailed and whipped its trunk at Lu Ming frantically. Lu Ming's figure moved and he flew into the sky. What a strong defense! Lu Ming took a deep breath, his eyes were solemn. The defense of this giant elephant was terrifyingly strong. Under his full force attack, even a 10,000-meter tall mountain would be instantly shattered. It could sink the earth within 100 miles. However, when it hit the giant elephant's head, it didn't kill it instantly. The elephant roared, its eyes filled with madness and bloodlust as it charged at Lu Ming. As his feet stepped on the ground cracked and countless ancient trees were destroyed. It was a scene of doomsday. Who? With a swing of its trunk, a gale swept out, and a huge ravine appeared on the ground. It was as if a valley had appeared out of thin air. Lu Ming took a step forward and dodged the elephant's trunk. He then rushed toward the elephant's head. This giant elephant was extremely strong and had amazing defensive power, but its weakness was that it was relatively slow. However, the speed was only slow compared to Lu Ming. If it were other people in the spiritual ocean tier, they would have been crushed to pieces by the giant elephant's trunk. Lu Ming appeared on the elephant's head and took another step. The moment he took a step forward, a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming once again burst out with dragon energy. The two dragon energies in his body exploded at the same time. Lu Ming's attack power had reached a shocking level. Bang! This time, the elephant's head exploded, leaving a huge hole. The elephant wailed and fell to the ground. Soon, it stopped breathing. The giant elephant that was equivalent to the first level of the spirit embryo realm was killed by Lu Ming. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel that he only had half of his essential core left in his body. He smiled bitterly. The true essence consumption of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was truly terrifying. In just 2 strikes, half of his true essence had been used up. My current pure martial arts combat power is no weaker than a first-level spirit embryo realm martial artist. Of course, that's only in comparison to ordinary martial artists. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The reason why he could kill the elephant in 2 moves was mainly because the speed of the elephant was relatively slow, which was why he could hit its vital point 2 times in a row. If it were any other fast elephant, it would not have been so easy to kill it. Lu Ming was very clear about this. Devour. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The devouring power burst out and enveloped the giant elephant. The mountain-like body of the giant elephant rapidly shriveled. What shocking energy! Let's find a place to refine it. After devouring the energy of the giant elephant, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he found a cave. He set up an array and began to refine it. And NBSP, hoo. Waves of energy gushed into Lu Ming's body continuously. The essential core that he had expended was quickly restored, but the energy continued to flow into his body. It's too robust. I'm stuck in the intent realm and can't break through. What should I do? Lu Ming could feel the spirit sea howling. The majestic energy surged in and the spirit sea was about to overflow. Meeting Fatty again. Physical body, yes, let's try my physical body. Suddenly, Lu Ming had an idea. His physical body had been stuck at peak rank 7 for a long time. He usually neglected his cultivation. Now was a good time to try and see if this energy could improve his physical body. And NBSP, hoo. Lu Ming activated the 10,000 spirit combat body. Suddenly, the energy seemed to have found a vent and seeped into his body. Lu Ming's body began to wriggle and expand. His bones made cracking sounds. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was rapidly becoming stronger and was starting to improve. Half an hour later, the energy of the giant elephant was finally completely refined. 8th grade body. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Indeed, the devoured energy could also cultivate the physical body. How much more resources would he have to save in the future? In the future, the resources could be used to buy other things, such as buying spiritual liquid and cultivating the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh out loud. Legend has it that in order to break through to the martial royal realm, one's physical body must reach the peak of the 9th grade. This is one of the basic conditions. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Many spiritual God realm masters would put in great effort to cultivate their physical body, because it was impossible to enter the martial royal realm without reaching the peak of the 9th grade. Of course, Lu Ming was still very far away from this. It was not the time to think about this. It was enough as long as he could improve. The bloodline of the 9 dragons didn't advance. After refining the essence blood of the elephant, his 9 dragon bloodline didn't level up. This was the essence blood of a level 7 demonic beast. Now, Lu Ming's blood meridian needed a huge amount of blood essence to level up. He could not afford to buy blood essence. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and the path understanding ancient tree appeared. He sat in front of the tree and began to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming began his days of arduous cultivation in the vicious beasts forest. Once he had an inspiration, he would stop cultivating. After cultivating for a few days, he would go hunting demonic beasts to hone his martial arts. Meanwhile, Dandan was scurrying around in the mountains, looking for spirit herbs. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 months and 20 days since Lu Ming entered the ferocious beast's secret realm. There were only 10 days left until the battle of karmic luck. Walala! A figure flew out from a clear lake and stood on the shore. With a shake of his true essence, not a single drop of water was left on his body. Then, he changed into a blue robe, and a graceful young master suddenly appeared on the shore. This person was, of course, Lu Ming, who had been cultivating in the ferocious beast secret realm for nearly 3 months. Now, Lu Ming was already 22 years old. His face was sharp and angular. He was much more mature than before and looked more determined. It's time to go out. The battle of karmic luck is finally coming. Lu Ming clenched his fists and felt the surging power in his body. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Dandan landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, her mouth filled with the fragrance of medicine. I've recovered a little more. When I've recovered more, watch how I'll torture those so-called geniuses. I'll also blow that martial Emperor De to death. As he spoke, he even burped. During this period of time, he had really found quite a number of high-grade spirit herbs. He had been eating spirit herbs every day and was living a very comfortable life. Buzz. Following that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and headed towards the exit of the fierce beasts forest. The moment Lu Ming left the ferocious beasts forest, his expression changed and he took out a jade voice transmission talisman. Fatty is here, I almost forgot. Lu Ming smiled. The moment he came out, he received a message from Fatty. It seemed like he had been cut off in the mystic realm. Lu Ming immediately flew out of the Yin and Yang mountain. At the edge of the mountain, there was a huge formation platform, which was guarded by strong cultivators of the mountain. They kept the formation running smoothly. Several seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists. So it's Sky Cloud Zongzi. Are you going out? An old man opened his eyes and said. I have a few friends who are here to participate in the Battle of Providence. I want to bring them in. Lu Ming said. Alright, take this token and you can freely enter and exit the great formation of Mount Liang-yi. However, this token has a restriction. At most, you can only bring in spirit embryo realm experts. Those stronger than you will be blocked. A token flew out of the elder's hand and Lu Ming caught it. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and stepped out. When he walked out of the Mount Liangyi, a ripple suddenly appeared in the originally peaceful space. Lu Ming took a step and stepped out. He flew forward and came to a small city 10,000 miles away. He saw Fatty, and of course, Wan Tingting. Lu Ming, we finally get to see you. We've been here since 5 days ago. We've been sending you voice transmissions but there's been no news. The moment the fatty saw Lu Ming, he burst into laughter. He wanted to give Lu Ming a bear hug but was almost sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming. Wan Tingting walked over and greeted him with a smile. Tingting. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. He realized that both Fatty and Wan Tingting's auras were much more powerful than they were half a year ago. This was especially so for the fatty. Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura from him. This aura was hidden deep within the fatty's body. Lu Ming could sense a trace of it with his sensitive spiritual mind. This aura seemed to be able to destroy everything and was extremely sharp. It seemed that both Fatty and Wan Tingting had made great progress under the guidance of the Devil Sky Emperor. After all, this was the Emperor's personal teaching. How many people in the world could do that? Fatty, you've awakened your third bloodline? Lu Ming asked. I've awakened. Hee, Lu Ming, I'm not afraid of you now. The fatty grinned. Oh. What level is it? Lu Ming asked. It's a secret for now. I'm sure you'll be surprised in the Battle of Providence. The fatty chuckled, his face mysterious. Go. On the side, Wan Tingting looked at him in disdain. Lu Ming also gave the fatty the middle finger. Tingting, you've also awakened a divine bloodline, right? Lu Ming looked at Wan Tingting. He could also sense a powerful aura from Wan Tingting. I only managed to luckily awaken it with the help of Senior Mo Tian. It's a third-level divine level. Wan Tingting said. Immediately after, a trace of qi appeared on her body and disappeared in a flash. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Wan Tingting's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The demonic sky sovereign's methods were indeed unpredictable. In just half a year, not only did he allow Wan Tingting to successfully awaken a 3rd-level divine rank bloodline, but he also allowed her cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Half a year ago, Wan Tingting's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. The speed of his progress was extremely shocking. This was the means of an emperor, difficult to fathom. From the looks of it, Fatty's gains were probably even greater. After all, Fatty's talent was higher than Wan Tingting's. No wonder this guy was deliberately mystifying things. His gains were most likely astonishing. The other 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming was happy for them. After all, they were friends. Let's go to Mount Liangyi. Lu Ming said. Then, the 3 of them headed to the Yin and Yang mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain. With Lu Ming's token, the 3 of them entered the mountain easily. Lu Ming first returned to the platform and returned the token to the elder. Then, he brought the fatty and Wan Tingting with him and flew towards Cloud Peak House. Nest, you're hiding a mistress in your golden house. The moment he arrived at the Cloud Peak House and saw Bai Qixue, the fatty shouted. He did not call Lu Ming by his real name. He knew that Lu Ming was using a fake name. Get lost. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked. Bai Qixue's face turned red. Seeing Bai Qixue's embarrassed look, the fatty's eyes were wide open. He then looked at Lu Ming with admiration and said, "Brother, I'm impressed. I really admire you. Wherever you go, you have beautiful women accompanying you. You even live together. But aren't you too fickle? How can I let Miss Xie down?" Look at me, I only have Tingting in my heart. After she finished speaking, she even blinked her small eyes and looked at Wan Tingting ingratiatingly. Get lost. Wan Tingting said in disdain. Lu Ming kicked the fatty's body and the fatty's fat body flew out. Qi Shui, these two are my friends, Fatty Kong Jin and Wan Tingting. Lu Ming started to introduce them to Bai Qishui. Since they were all young people, they got to know each other after fooling around for a while. Lu Ming had arranged a courtyard for Fatty and Wan Tingting on a mountain near Yan Peak House. In the following days, Mount Liangyi became lively. As the Battle of Providence neared, almost all the paragons came out of seclusion and adjusted their mentality to prepare for the Battle of Providence. Even the other 13 Zongzis had appeared and ended their seclusion. Time passed day by day. 2 days before the Battle of Providence began, Bai Shijin sent someone to invite Lu Ming to meet him. Lu Ming arrived at the Talisman Amulet Sect's meeting hall and saw Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the other elders of the Talisman Amulet Sect. In the middle of the hall, there were 13 young men. There were men and women among the 13 young men, and all of them had extraordinary bearings. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. The moment Lu Ming entered, the 13 young men and women looked at him in unison. Some were curious, some were peaceful, some were friendly, but there were also some who were not friendly. These should be the other 13 Zongzi candidates. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he sized up the other party curiously. These 13 people were the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Each and every one of them was extraordinary and stood at the peak of the Eastern Barren territory. Tianyun, you've come. Bai Shijin laughed. Tianyun pays his respects to the seniors. Lu Ming saluted in front of the mountain. You guys should get to know each other. He's Tianyun. Bai Shijin nodded. Junior brother Tianyun, I've long heard of your name. A young man stepped forward with a gentle smile on his face. This young man had a head of Asilavira hair that was casually let down and reached his waist. He was very handsome and always had a gentle smile on his face, which easily gave people a good impression of him. His body was constantly emitting a mysterious aura, as if he did not belong to the mortal world. The most peculiar thing about him was his eyes. His eyes were Asilavira in color, and he had 2 pupils. Each of his eyes had 2 pupils, and they looked extremely evil. Lu Ming was shocked. He thought of someone. Silavira hair heavenly eye, illusion reality. He was ranked 8th on the list of top 1,000 talents and was the only one from the Talisman sect to make it into the top 10. He was known as an unparalleled genius and the #1 alchemist among the younger generation in the East Barren. He was extremely talented, and it was said that his heavenly pupils could see through all formations and inscriptions. Cough, cough, cough. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Bai Shijin coughed and said, Huanjun, don't call Tianyun junior brother. You can just call each other by name. Ah. Huanzhen and the other heaven's favorites all looked at Bai Shijin in surprise. However, Bai Shijin's face was slightly red, and the other elders were also a little embarrassed. Lu Ming felt that it was funny. He understood what Bai Shijin and the others meant. Lu Ming's master was Lien Song, who was very senior. Bai Shijin had to call him Uncle Master. Now, Huanzhen called Lu Ming his junior brother. Was he not climbing over Bai Shijin's head and taking advantage of him? He knew Lu Ming very well, but Huanzhen and the rest did not. They looked at each other. Alright, you young people get to know each other faster. Let's talk about serious business first. Bai Shijin coughed a few times and changed the topic. The battle for Providence is about to begin. However, all of you should know that out of the 4 major powers in the Eastern Barren territory, our Talisman Amulet sect is the weakest. The number of geniuses is decreasing year by year, while the other powers such as the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect are getting stronger and stronger. In the past 1,000 years, our talisman amulet sect has always been at the bottom in every battle for providence. We have been ruthlessly suppressed and the providence we obtain has become less and less. The strength of our sect has also become weaker and weaker. Therefore, this time, the first thing you must do is to be united. You must not fight among your slavirs. You are already weak. If you fight among your slavirs, the final result is very likely to be a complete annihilation. Bai Shijin's eyes were bright as he warned her seriously. This disciple will remember. Huan Zhen, Lu Ming, and the rest agreed with serious expressions. N. Bai Shijin nodded in satisfaction and continued, the Battle of Providence takes place once every 20 years. However, the area that you enter each time is different. It's really wondrous. However, there's one thing in common, which is that every battle contains a great opportunity. When you obtain the opportunity, you will also obtain providence. This is your chance. If you can obtain a great opportunity from this, you might be able to suppress the geniuses of your generation. In the future, you will dominate the Eastern Barren Territory and lead the Talisman Amulet sect to rise. Bai Shijin's voice was full of temptation, causing all the young people present to clench their fists and be filled with anticipation. However, Bai Shijin's tone immediately changed. However, the Battle of Kismet is also known as the burial ground of the chosen. Every time it happens, a large number of chosen will die. However, this world is just that cruel. The strong will become stronger, and the weak will only be stepped over by the bones. So, you must be mentally prepared. However, the 14 of them, including Lu Ming, had determined looks in their eyes and did not waver at all. They were all peerless Heaven's Pride experts. Since they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they would advance courageously until they reached the peak. There was no reason for them to retreat. They were full of confidence in them slavirs. Good, it's good that you have confidence. Du Songjue, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. I have one more thing to tell you. Du Songjue muttered to himself for a moment and continued, Master Lian-san once said that the world we are in is called the primordial realm. The primordial realm is vast and boundless. Not to mention imperial path powerhouses, even stronger existences don't know the boundary either. And the divine wilderness continent we are in is just a corner of the primordial realm. It's just a drop in the ocean. In the boundless ocean, there are many other continents like the divine wilderness continent. Some might be smaller than the divine wilderness continent, but some are even bigger. There are even continents that are hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent. Cultivation is at its peak, and experts are as common as clouds. Chapter 896 Battle of Providence begins. Du Songjue's words caused the hearts of the young people present to tremble. They were dumbfounded. Our divine wilderness continent is actually just a drop in the ocean. Beyond the ocean, there are many other continents similar to the divine wilderness continent, and some are even hundreds or thousands of times bigger than the divine wilderness continent. A young man exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Huanzhen and the others were the same. They were too shocked. In the past, they had thought that the divine wilderness mainland was the center of the world. Although they knew that the endless sea was mysterious and that there might be other continents, they would at most think that it was shocking to have 2 or 3 similar continents. However, Du Songjue used the word many, and there was also a land that was hundreds or even thousands of times larger than the divine wilderness continent. This was simply unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent was already extremely vast. The eastern wilderness had hundreds of regions and was extremely vast. As for southern nether, northern plains, and western desert, they were also vast, not smaller than the eastern barren territory. As for the central continent, it was said to be even more vast, with many outstanding people and experts. In such a vast land, there were actually so many overseas. The crowd was stunned. Lu Ming was the only one who was slightly better. Xiao Yu might have been taken away by the people from overseas. He had once entered a small island in the heaven realm by chance and broadened his horizons. He also knew that this world was beyond his expectations and was vast and boundless. That's right. Unless it's an imperial cultivator, it's difficult to leave the divine wilderness continent and head overseas. That's why we're not sure. Master Lian Song had mentioned it before. Furthermore, the Battle of Providence doesn't only involve the divine wilderness continent. According to Master, the entire primordial realm and other continents will have battles of providence, where the elites compete for supremacy. Du Songjue said again. This time, even Lu Ming was dumbfounded. It was not just the divine wilderness continent, even the other continents overseas would have a battle for providence. This was too shocking. What was the reason for this? How could they do it at the same time in such a vast area? Or rather, was there any connection between the wars of providence? Was it the natural operation of the laws of the heavenly Tao, or was it man-made? If it was man-made, who could have such terrifying energy to control the vast primordial realm at the same time? At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was filled with many thoughts. Master once said that if you stand out in the battle of providence and achieve certain results, you'll be able to reap unexpected rewards. Du Songjue said. Some sort of standard. What's the standard? Lu Ming and the group were surprised. This, I don't know. Master didn't tell me in detail, but it seems that it's extremely difficult to reach that standard. In short, you just have to do your best. Make your preparations. Lu Ming, Huan Zhen, and the rest nodded and left the hall. Lu Ming left the hall and flew to the treasure pavilion. He bought some items and returned to the Cloud Peak house. Big Brother Yen. Near Yan Peak house, Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Yan Kuangtu. It had been half a year since they last met, and Yan Kuangtu had finally appeared. Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu laughed. At this moment, Yan Kuangtu's body flashed, and the figure of the Nine Suns Supreme Master appeared. Now, the remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme Master had become much more solid, and his soul power was much stronger than before. It was obvious that he had recovered a lot during this period of time. Senior Jiuyang. Lu Ming saluted, feeling happy for the Nine Suns Supreme. Lu Ming, how are the preparations for the Battle of Providence? The Nine Suns Supreme Master said with a smile. It's all right. Lu Ming nodded. Well, with your current cultivation and combat power, it's still very difficult for you to stand out, Hong Ling said. However, the Battle of Providence will start in one stage. There's a year's time, and it's enough for you to rise up. You have to make good use of this 1 year so that you can suppress everyone in the final battle of the ancient city of Providence. Supreme Nine Sun said. Supremacy Jiuyang and Yan Kuangtu, for example, had both participated in the War of Karmic Luck and obtained great opportunities. Lu Ming nodded seriously. He knew that with his current combat strength and cultivation, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary heaven's favorites. However, there was still a gap between him and the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming, we're just here to see you. We won't be sending you off in the Battle of Providence. Master's recovery has reached a critical point. We'll have to set off again and leave the Yin-Yang mountain soon. Yan Kuangtu said. No need to send me off, Senior Jiuyang's recovery is more important. Lu Ming quickly nodded. Then, the three of them chatted for a while. Supreme Master Jiuyang and Yan Kuangtu mainly talked about their experiences in the Battle of Providence in the past, hoping that it would be of help to Lu Ming. They chatted for 2 hours before Yan Kuangtu and the Nine Suns Supreme left. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence. Time flew by, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The time for the Battle of Karmic Luck had finally arrived. In the back mountain of Mount Liangyi, there was a huge piece of land. On the land, there was a huge round stone, which was full of mysterious carvings. This stone had a heavy and ancient sense of vicissitude. In the past, this place was a forbidden area of the Talisman sect. Other than a few elders, no ordinary person was allowed to enter. Now, thousands of people had gathered here. It was only when he arrived that Lu Ming realized that this was the place where he would participate in the Battle of Providence. The entrance to the Battle of Karmic Luck was located in a very wondrous place. One couldn't enter from other places, and had to go through a special passage. The Talisman sect, the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley all had this special passageway. Usually, this passageway was completely useless and had no effect. It would only activate automatically when the War of Providence started. Which faction's passageway one entered from represented which faction one was fighting for. In the future, one's battle achievements would be counted on that faction's head, and luck would descend. This time, the Talisman sect had sent over 1,000 people to participate in the battle. In addition to the true chosen, there were also many experts with profound cultivation bases selected from the younger generation. These young experts would be able to assist the chosen. Furthermore, who knew who would be so lucky as to obtain a great opportunity and gather great fortune? No one could say for sure, so it would be more or less beneficial for more people to go in. Lu Ming, Fatty, Ruan Tingting and Bai Qixue stood together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other elders stood in front, staring at the huge round stone. According to the legends, when a power became a transcendent power and had an emperor, the ancient city of Providence would send this stone over to that power. This meant that the power had the right to send a single person to participate in the battle. When a force was completely weakened, the stone would fly away on its own. This also meant that the force had completely declined. Buzz! All of a sudden, the round stone trembled, and the carvings on it began to flash with light. A mysterious aura began to flow. Then, the light grew brighter and brighter, forming a huge vortex. This was the spatial tunnel, the entrance to the Battle of Kismet. We've been discovered. Good. Now, everyone, follow me in. Bai Shijin shouted and stepped into the vortex first. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. One figure after another flew up and stepped into the vortex. With a flash of light, the person who stepped into the vortex disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd and flew into the vortex, then disappeared. In the end, Du Songjue and a few other elders stepped in. There was a flash of light and Lu Ming and the rest realized that they had appeared on a huge platform. It was a huge platform made of stone with patterns on it. Behind it was a huge wall, blocking their way out. There was a vortex above their heads. This was the space tunnel they had entered from. After Lu Ming and the rest went to participate in the battle, Bai Shijin and the rest would leave from here. The direction in front of him seemed to be empty. It was an endless abyss. On the other side of the abyss, there was a huge door of light. That's the entrance to the Battle of Providence. Bai Shijin's voice came out, pointing to the light door opposite the abyss. Lu Ming was surrounded by Talisman sect disciples. They had gathered together. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had also entered. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley have also arrived. Fatty whispered. Lu Ming looked over. On this platform, he saw people from the other three forces. Just like the Talisman Amulet sect, every faction had gathered together. So many people. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He realized that there were definitely more than 10,000 people who had entered the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The Heavenly Corpse sect also had nearly 10,000 people, while the Heavenly Demon Valley had more than 3,000 people. How was this possible? How could there be so many geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? The Empyrean Divine Palace could be considered as a heaven's chosen. The total number of heavens chosen from the previous list of top 1,000 talents and the recently rising heavens chosen wouldn't exceed 800. Including some young experts, there were at most 3,000 to 4,000 people. How could there be so many people? Tianyun, I've heard that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect don't have that many geniuses and young experts. However, they do train a group of men of sacrifice. Beside him, Bai Qixue said in a low voice. Death Warrior? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right, Death Warrior. Do you see the group of people behind the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? They are all clad in black robes and are carrying various weapons on their backs. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace uses a special technique to fully activate the potential of some young people. Before the age of 30, their strength will skyrocket and they will enter an extremely powerful realm. However, the consequence is that the potential of these young people will be completely exhausted, and even their lifespans will be greatly shortened. Their thoughts will become numb, and they will only know how to obey orders without fear of death. Their goal is to participate in the battle of providence and help the other elites obtain opportunities and providence. Bai Qixue explained. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. These major forces had used all their means for the battle of providence. You see, those people from the Heavenly Corpse sect who are wrapped in blood-red robes are also men of sacrifice. Our Talisman Amulet sect cultivates the Tao of inscription. Without such an evil secret technique, we won't do it. As for the demon race of the Heavenly Demon Valley, they are very proud and won't do it either. That's why there are very few of them. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded and understood. These men of sacrifice were nothing more than young men under the age of 30 who had been raised with secret techniques to participate in the battle of providence for consumption. Lu Ming stood in the crowd and scanned the three major forces. In the area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, he saw the 6 supreme martial artists from the 6 great ancient aristocratic families. There were dozens of young men and women in each force. They had extraordinary auras and were unfathomable. Needless to say, these people were all top talents on the list of top 1,000 talents or at the same level. Lu Ming was sizing the other party up and the other party was also sizing them up. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, I didn't think that your Talisman Amulet sect would still dare to participate in the war. Aren't you afraid that all the young people of this generation will die? A loud laugh suddenly rang out from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming looked toward the source of the voice and recognized the master of the Wang family, the supreme martial artist of his generation. He was almost crushed to death by Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron. Wang Xingtian. Bai Shijin's face sank. He snorted and did not say anything. That's good. In any case, your Talisman Amulet sect is getting worse with each generation. The people of this generation have all died inside. With just you old guys, you won't be able to hold on for a few years. The Talisman Amulet sect will be destroyed sooner or later. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Xingtian, continued to sneer. His eyes were like lightning as they swept over the Talisman Amulet sect. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He retracted his aura and moved, wanting to use the others' shadows to block his figure. However, the next moment, he noticed a cold gaze on him. Wang Xingtian's gaze. At this moment, Wang Xingtian's eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, is that you? I didn't expect you to come to the Talisman sect. Wang Xingtian shouted angrily. Back then, in the Battle of Nine Dragons, he was almost crushed to death by Lu Ming's divine nine-dragon cauldron. He was a supreme martial artist of his generation, but he ended up like this. It was a complete loss of face for him. It could be said that he had treated Lu Ming very badly. With his cultivation level, he could tell at a glance that Lu Ming had changed his appearance and concealed his aura. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. As Wang Xingtian's voice rang out, everyone from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace turned to look at the Talisman Amulet sect. Who in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace did not know the name Lu Ming? Not only the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the other powers also looked over. What? Lu Ming? Is Lu Ming among us? Most of the Talisman sect's people were also shocked as they sized each other up. The faces of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others darkened. Little bastard, don't think you can hide from me by hiding in the crowd. You're actually in the Talisman Amulet sect. Humph, let's see how you're going to die. Wang Xingtian sneered. The other 5 supreme martial artists' eyes turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming. They had also lost face in the battle that day. The 6 great masters had joined forces, but they had not been able to take down Lu Ming, a junior. Lu Ming? Who is Lu Ming? Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and looked around. Hide? Why would I need to hide? What can you do to me in this place? Lu Ming opened his mouth. His clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Then, he strode out of the crowd. This place was the entrance to the Battle of Providence. It was extremely mysterious and had a powerful suppressing effect. The older a person was, the stronger the suppression would be when they came here. For a supreme martial artist like Wang Xingtian who had lived for thousands of years, he could only display the cultivation of the spirit embryo realm at most, so what did he have to fear? This was a well-known fact. Otherwise, he would not have come here in broad daylight. Yan Kuangtu and the 9 Sons Supreme would not have been at ease either, so they did not follow him, and NBSP, once they entered this place, the experts wouldn't be able to use much of their combat strength. At first, Lu Ming did not want to be discovered. He just wanted to avoid some trouble. However, since he had been discovered, he had to be generous and step forward. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. Tianyun. You are Lu Ming. Bai Qixue's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Tianyun was actually Lu Ming. They all want to kill Lu Ming. No wonder Tianyun was so powerful and his martial arts cultivation was so profound. So, he was Lu Ming. Bai Qixue could not help but remember that she used to praise Lu Ming in front of him and said that if she wanted to find someone she liked, she would find someone like Lu Ming. Wasn't he saying this in front of Lu Ming? Thinking of this, Bai Qixue's face turned red and she felt very embarrassed. This bad guy, he didn't tell me. Bai Qixue's face was as red as an apple. In the Talisman Amulet sect, the other young people also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Then, they came to a realization. It turned out that Tianyun was Lu Ming. No wonder he was so talented and powerful. He was the one who started the war in 9 Dragons, pulled out the divine 9-dragon cauldron, fought against the supreme martial artists, and finally caused De and Martial Emperor to attack. No wonder. In that case, everything made sense. Since Lu Ming was Tianyun, it made sense that he had crushed everyone in the Talisman sect's competition and won the first place. It was because he was Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you now. Flames danced on Wang Xingtian's body, exuding a powerful aura. However, he was severely suppressed and only had the aura of the spirit embryo realm. Wang Xingtian, this is not 9 dragons. Bai Shi took a step forward and stood in front of Wang Xingtian, spiritual power spreading out from between his eyebrows. Bai Shijin, your Talisman Amulet sect dares to oppose my Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Are you looking to die? Wang Xingtian shouted with cold-killing intent. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has always been annexing the territory of my Talisman Amulet sect. Haven't they always been at odds with us? Bai Shijin sneered. You. Wang Xingtian's face turned ugly. If they were outside, he would have made a move immediately. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had more supremes than the Talisman Amulet sect. They were more than enough to defeat the Talisman Amulet sect. However, in this place, he couldn't display the strength of a supreme martial artist at all. An ordinary elder of the Talisman sect would probably be able to stop him. If they were to fight, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace might suffer a great loss. Humph, good, very good. Talisman Amulet sect, let's see how many of you can survive this battle of providence. Wang Xingtian coldly spoke. After that, he instructed the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, everyone from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, listen up. In the Battle of Providence, if you encounter anyone from the Talisman Amulet sect, there's no need to show mercy. Kill them. Yes. The geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace replied loudly, their eyes filled with killing intent. Also, especially Lu Ming. If you see him, kill him without mercy. I'll reward whoever kills him. Wang Xingtian said. I must kill Lu Ming. Yes, the sovereign of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace replied. His cold killing intent spread towards Lu Ming. Some of the powerful heaven's favorites had cold and unfathomable gazes. You are Lu Ming. At this moment, a loud roar came from the direction of the Sky Demon Valley. A brawny man in red armor was looking at Lu Ming coldly. That's the sovereign of the Flood Dragon tribe. Someone recognized the brawny man. My nephew Aokuan was killed by you. Good, very good. The Flood Dragon Sovereign turned to look at the geniuses of the Sky Demon Valley and shouted, this kid killed my nephew. If you see him in the Battle of Providence, kill him without mercy. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. Ha, he's mine. I will kill him. Instantly, the paragons of the Sky Demon Valley looked at Lu Ming with killing intent. The Battle of Providence had yet to begin, but the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Demon Valley had already targeted Lu Ming. They wanted to kill him. Everyone in the Heavenly Corpse sect was waiting to watch a good show. Bai Qixue, Ruan Tingting, Fatty and the rest looked at Lu Ming with worry. The faces of Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were solemn. They did not expect that things would turn out this way. Lu Ming would have a hard time in this battle. Lu Ming's eyes were calm. He remembered that he had killed a legendary dragon, Aokuan, at the exchange of the three forces in 9 dragons. His eyes swept across the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley. He then said, since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me. His voice was also very calm, but it revealed a strong self-confidence and a sharp killing intent. What a big mouth, who do you think you are? How dare you say you'll kill us? In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a young man sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He recognized this person. Jiang Taichong was the person who had stopped him when he emerged victorious in the Heavenly King ranking battle. This man was ranked in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They're just clowns. Another voice rang out from the crowd of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. After that, a young man walked out while pulling a woman along. Wang Yan. Lu Ming also recognized that Wang Yan and Jiang Taichong had stopped them after the battle on the Heavenly King ranking. At that time, the two of them were high and mighty, looking down on Lu Ming and the rest. They said that the battle of the Heavenly King's ranking was just a game for children and they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. At this moment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Wang Haoxian. What made Lu Ming's eyes light up was that the person Wang Yan was holding onto was Wang Haoxian. Wang Haoxian's face was pale. Lu Ming, when you were in 9 dragons, Wang Haoxian, that bitch, seemed to be very close to you. That bitch dared to betray the Wang family. Although he has been punished, it's not enough. Do you see this? He said. Wang Yan pointed at the collar on Wang Haoxian's neck and said to Lu Ming. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He did not say anything. This collar can explode at any time. When that happens, this bitch will be crushed to pieces. This time, in the battle of Providence, I'll crush this bitch to pieces in front of you. Wang Yan said coldly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent and he said coldly, Wang Yan, I will definitely kill you in the battle of Providence. Huh, you're indeed an adulterous couple. You're trying to kill me. There's no need to wait until the battle of Providence. Lu Ming, I'll make sure you won't be able to enter the battle of Providence. Wang Yan sneered. For a moment, the atmosphere of the scene became very heavy. The road is about to open. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to the abyss. If one wanted to enter the door of light on the other side of the abyss and participate in the War of Providence, they had to cross the abyss. However, the abyss had a terrifying attractive force, making it impossible to fly. If anyone tried to fly, they would definitely fall into the abyss and die on the spot. He could only wait for the road to pass and step forward. At this moment, everyone could see that in front of the abyss, there were many floating stone platforms flying over. The round stone platforms were about 1 meter in diameter and were separated from each other. They were suspended above the abyss and extended to the other side, forming many paths. They were going to fly from these round platforms to the other side. Very quickly, the path was formed. The sky above the abyss was filled with round platforms. We only have the time for an incense stick to burn. After that, the round platform will collapse and the road will be over. Someone said. The start of every battle for Providence was similar, but the world behind the door of light was different every time. The four forces didn't move for a while. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you along the way. Wang Yan licked his lips, his killing intent overflowing. Many powerful paragons also looked at Lu Ming coldly. They also had the intention to kill Lu Ming on this path. Legacy of the Immortal King. Chapter 899 Crisis. We'll take turns. The weak will go first. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue began to give orders. On the talisman sect's side, someone began to move. Inscriptions flashed as he displayed his figure and leaped onto the floating round platform. He then jumped onto the next round platform and advanced along the platform. The people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Sky Demon Valley also set off. However, just like the Talisman Amulet sect, they also set off in batches. The weak would go first, while the strong would stay behind to restrain their opponents. If all four sides swarmed forward, there would definitely be a huge battle. It wasn't the time for the battle yet. Even if they killed their opponent now, there wouldn't be much benefit. The battle would only begin after they entered the light door. The people from the four forces moved forward one by one. The people in front had already crossed the abyss and disappeared after entering the door of light. Lu Ming did not move. There were many people from the Sky Demon Valley and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace who were staring at him with killing intent. Time passed quickly, and more people entered the door of light. Very quickly, half of the time it took for an incense stick to burn had passed. Ah! Suddenly, a terrified roar came from the sky above the abyss. Everyone's eyes looked over and saw a young man standing on a round platform. His face was filled with fear. His body seemed to be under a terrible pressure and was breaking apart inch by inch. Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming's expression changed as he recognized the young man. Before Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing went to the chaotic astral ocean, they went to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to get the heavenly demon fruit. They met Gu Huaxiu there. At that time, Gu Huaxiu seemed to have been possessed by someone, and they had fought together against the ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. After not seeing him for a period of time, Gu Huaxiu had reached a shocking level. The aura he emitted seemed to be at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. However, at this moment, he was under a terrifying suppression. Ah! Die! He roared as green light emanated from his body. A shadow appeared above his head, struggling madly. But in the air, there seemed to be a terrifying force bombarding him. No! The phantom let out a terrified roar. In the next moment, with a bang, it collapsed. As the phantom collapsed, Gu Huashu's body turned into ashes and disappeared forever. A mere spiritual god wants to possess a body to participate in the battle of providence. He's simply courting death. An old man in the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a few supremes were also sneering. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Gu Huashu had been possessed by a spirit god. However, the battle of providence limited one's age. This age wasn't just limited to the bone age, it was also limited to the soul. If one wanted to impersonate someone, it would be impossible. They would be discovered and killed immediately. Otherwise, overlord powers like the Empyrean Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, who had many spiritual god experts, would have the ability to possess some spiritual gods and young bodies to enter the battle of providence. However, they did not do so, which was enough to explain everything. If he wanted to rely on possession and use his young body to sneak in, he would be courting death. Therefore, Lu Ming did not bring Dandan along. This was just a small interlude. The four forces continued to move forward. Time was running out, but Wang Yan was still staring at Lu Ming coldly. Humph, could it be that Lu Ming is afraid and doesn't intend to participate in the battle of providence? A powerful genius from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace coldly spoke. With his talent, he should be participating. Otherwise, he will never be able to compete with the other heaven's favorites. Someone else said. Humph, there's not much time left. I'll be leaving first. Some powerful heaven's favorites couldn't help but start moving. Lu Ming still did not move. In the Sky Demon Valley in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, many paragons looked at Lu Ming with killing intent and moved one after another. Lu Ming is mine. I will kill him. You guys can leave first. Wang Yan looked at the other heaven's favorites and said. Alright, I'll leave him to you. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, even more geniuses made their move. They moved like lightning and flew towards the light door on the other side of the abyss. On the Talisman Sect's side, some of the 13 Zongzi's candidates also moved. Tianyun, no, Lu Ming, take care of yourself. Huan Zhen looked at Lu Ming and then stepped forward. Fatty, you guys go first. Lu Ming looked at the fatty, Wan Tingting, and Bai Qishue. No, if we're leaving, we'll leave together. Fatty said. You guys go first. They can't do anything to me. If we go together, we'll all be in danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, Fatty and the others had no choice but to take action first. People kept rushing into the door of light and disappeared. The time for one incense stick to burn was almost up. All the elites of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley had entered. Wang Haoxian was also brought in by the other members of the Wang family. Lu Ming was the only Talisman sect member. In the Detian Divine Palace, only Wang Yan and a dozen men of sacrifice carrying long swords were left. They stayed behind to deal with Lu Ming together. Other than them, there were a few other important figures. Little bastard, let's see how you die. Unless you don't want to go in. Wang Xingtian sneered. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others all revealed worried expressions. The atmosphere in the area suddenly became very heavy. Time passed quickly, and soon, the time for one incense stick to burn was almost up. With a wave of Wang Yan's hand, a few men of sacrifice charged forward, while the remaining 9 men of sacrifice remained by his side. His eyes were flickering. He was ready to set off at any time. If Lu Ming really did not enter, he could not stay here to accompany Lu Ming and miss the opportunity. Let's go. In the end, Wang Yan could not take it any longer and charged into the abyss. Bang! Suddenly, a round platform exploded. The time was up. When the time was up, the round platform would explode. At this moment, Lu Ming moved. His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the round platform. The moment Lu Ming moved, the 9 men of sacrifice also moved and rushed towards him. Lu Ming stomped on a round platform and his figure moved forward rapidly. The round platform shattered the moment he stepped on it. Lu Ming's figure moved forward rapidly, racing against the speed of the collapse of the round platform. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had covered half the distance and arrived at the middle of the abyss. Lu Ming, die. At this moment, Wang Yan, who had been charging forward, suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch was extremely terrifying. It emitted a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. Level 3 Intent Realm of Heaven and Earth, Full Spirit Sea Realm. Lu Ming could instantly sense Wang Yan's strength. Wang Yan was ranked 98th on the list of top 1,000 talents. It was said that he had awakened a 5th-level divine bloodline, a cultivation at the peak of the spiritual ocean realm, and a level 3 will of heaven and earth. His punch was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming did not hesitate to release 3 wisps of dragon power at once. His body was covered in a layer of scales as he circulated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out. Boom! There was a violent tremor and Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. His body shook violently and he was blocked as he retreated. If he retreated, he would be in the void. A terrifying gravitational force came from the abyss, wanting to tear Lu Ming down. Once he was torn down, only death awaited him. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.